Good morning. Welcome to the September 3rd, 2021 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are done speaking. And please turn off your cell phones. Thank you. Live web streaming is available through the State Board of Education website, www.education.ne.gov/stateboard. Agenda item 1, call to order. Patricia Tim contacted me in advance to let me know she would be absent from today's meeting. The September 3rd, 2021 State Board meeting will now come to order. Agenda item 1.1, Andrea, please call the roll.
Patricia Tim, Lisa Fricke,
Here.
Deborah Neary,
Present.
Patty Goobles,
Here.
Maureen Nichols,
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison, here. Patsy Kojohns,
Here.
Robin Stevens,
Here.
Commissioner Bloomstead.
Present.
Okay.
7 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Andrea. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Agenda item 1.3, information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website, www.education.ne.gov/stateboard. Agenda item 1.4, COVID-19 meeting protocol. Commissioner?
Yes, so underneath and posted in Spark, and also just for the awareness of folks in the meeting, we have a written set of protocols that describe maximum attendance, considerations for attendees to access the public meetings, including accessibility, masks, hand sanitizer, physical distancing, and then maybe most important, just personal questionnaire about if you have any of the symptoms that might be COVID to please refrain from being in the audience. Otherwise, there was also something pointed out to me that on our meeting protocols handout, there's actually an incorrect date or set of incorrect dates about the terms of board members, where it says January 2022, it would actually be January 2023. So thanks for pointing that out. Otherwise, I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Agenda item 2. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Lisa? Motion made by Robin, seconded by Lisa. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
I didn't, but I will.
Oh, I thought you pushed your microphone.
Oh, I did.
Okay. All right. So motion was made by Robin and seconded by Lisa. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Andrea, please call the roll.
Tim, Fricke,
Yes.
Neary, Goobles,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojohns,
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
Did I need to go back and do Neary again?
So Board Member Neary, we didn't hear your vote, so I want to make sure.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. Motion passes. Agenda item 3, AQuESTT Teaching, Learning, and Serving Domain Committee. Lisa, is there a motion on the statement of the health education standards?
Yes, Madam President. I move the State Board of Education hereby postpones the development of the health standards. The State Board of Education received substantial input on the draft of the health education standards and recognizes that now is not the time to continue the process. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed varied demands on school districts, parents, and families and communities. The intent of the State Board of Education is to determine the most appropriate time to address the health standards after taking into consideration the state of the pandemic, the needs of children, schools, and communities, and the readiness of local school stakeholders. The decision to continue the process of developing health education standards must be supported by a majority vote of the state board.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Patsy. Lisa, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like to defer to my other state board colleagues if they have any comments. I have none at this time.
Patsy?
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Madam President. I support the motion to postpone the health standards for many reasons. I do want to make it clear that we will return to complete the standards as soon as the issues that are impeding the progress of this work are alleviated. What are the reasons that I would recommend us slowing down other work at the State Board of Education and the NDE staff, such as accreditation, approval, accountability, teacher certification, finding alternatives to the praxis so schools can fill their teaching positions, and postponing the health standards? All of those reasons make it possible and make it right to slow down. Some of the reasons are evident, and some of those reasons you may have not thought of. Number one reason for postponing should be to support our school systems, the students in these systems and the teachers who teach them. I think we discovered during the first wave of the pandemic how unselfish they are in their giving to our students and your children. They are again being asked to risk their lives to care for each and every child. They are tired and stretched to the limit and worried about vaccinations and masks and distancing and return to virtual learning and their own families and the ones that they love. Two, meanwhile, our superintendents and principals and school boards are being asked to make decisions concerning these issues with very little support and in many cases with a lack of respect and civility. They deserve the time to focus on these life and death situations for our children and make the best possible decisions. Children in Nebraska are now poor. Children are hungry. Their parents are stressed. Children have witnessed people they love get sick, and many of them have watched people that they love die. Children sense our unrest as adults. Children are afraid. Children miss their friends and teachers and want to return to normality more than we ever know. And school is part of that normality. The whole process has been over-politicized from the start, and words like scrap them and CRTs, campaigning for the future offices, allegiances to parties and not to our people. Our children should not be about political parties or used as stepping stones to the next office by interjecting topics that have nothing to do with the health standards. Number three, facts everyone should know. State board members are not paid. We volunteer. These volunteers have hundreds of years of experience supporting children and in education and in nonprofits that work with children. State board members did not write the standards. They are asked to discuss the standards, suggest, return the document to the writing and advisory teams for improvement, to follow the whole process. This process was tenuous and interrupted from the start. We will do better, and we hope our citizens will too. Standards are suggestions. They are not books. They are not lesson plans. They are not mandates. Nebraska is a local control state. Every district has the option, the right to fit the health curriculum to their community. They do not have the right, however, to exclude any student from learning about their health and their sexuality. These communities are charged to give their students the information needed to have successful, safe, healthy, and happy lives. State board members are charged to assure all students, even the students who are marginalized by situations in life and labels, are included in this process. Whether you call it equity or equality in education doesn't matter. That is a matter of semantics, not children. Both are part of the foundation of our country. We said the Pledge of Allegiance today, and in that pledge we said all. That is not an oversimplification, it is simply the truth. We will return to the health standards, and we will complete them for all of the young people we have sworn to serve. I support this motion as written and ask my fellow board members to do the same.
Any further discussion by members? See,
I wanted to make some comments, but I can wait. I'm certain discussion's not over.
I can't hear you.
Discussion is not over.
Do you have the mic on?
It is.
Oh, okay.
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to thank Patsy for those comments. You said it perfectly, and it's one of the reasons I feel honored to work with all of my fellow board members. I also want to make sure that we thank the writing committee and the advisory committee and the Department of Education who have been through quite a lot in the last 6 months. I think they did a commendable job, and I appreciate all the work that they did. They worked diligently, and they focused on teaching skills and knowledge that would help youth to better understand the complexities of our modern society. And these concepts are especially important for preparing students to be more successful in their future occupations and endeavors after graduation. When we started this process, we gave many parents, teachers, and youth that I know, we gave them hope. And then this week, we shattered their hope abruptly. I am disappointed about the tremendous chaos that we created and the damage that we have caused. I do believe we can do better. Today, you're all going to hear some of my emails read that clearly express my frustration throughout this entire process. I believe there was no strategy about when and how the standards should have been released. There was no discussion or vote as a board about whether the timing was appropriate. At the time the standards were released, we were already focused on working on language arts standards and on our accreditation regulations, and we were still in a pandemic and knew that there was going to be much work ahead to address the learning gaps from the previous school year. To this day, I remain unclear about why this timing was not given more consideration before we started the process. Furthermore, you are going to hear today content from my many emails that I sent complaining about the lack of inclusivity, transparency, and accountability in this process, and the lack of focus on science. I didn't need to get into these details now, but suffice it to say that I was very impressed with the University of Nebraska at Lincoln and how their president, Ted Carter, worked strategically with all members of his board, utilizing 2 different committees to discuss their CRT and to help board members better understand the topic in order to make their decisions. Although please don't misinterpret that. There is no CRT in our health standards, and so that has not been anything that we have needed to discuss. A similar process could have been undertaken by us, and perhaps we would have had less chaos, more unity, and a better outcome.
Instead, we left all the decision-making to 4 board members and the commissioner, yet press releases were sent and press conferences were held that appeared to represent all 8 members of the Board of Education. And this is such an ironic point for some of you here, since some of you really believe that I had a leadership role in these health standards, when the truth is I have had no input into the work on these standards at all. And neither have my peers that represent the larger urban areas in Douglas County and Lancaster County. There's also some who think that I influenced the makeup of the writing committee and the advisory committee, which I did not. My email stated very clearly I was scrutinizing committees the way I have scrutinized every single committee that has come before our state board for approval. Because if we're going to approve them, then we need to know what we're approving. And I have always scrutinized, asked questions to make sure that we have diversity of thought, expertise, and different backgrounds that may not have been thought about, so that we have an inclusive working team. My primary interest in these standards was to make sure that we were preparing our students to be successful in the complex world that they will graduate into. Getting along with people and finding common ground amongst our differences is a crucial life skill. And based on my communications, I do believe that my constituents want health standards that teach about healthy relationships, pregnancy prevention, and they want us to ensure that all youth in our schools are heard and they are supported. There has never been any question from me that the standards were based on medically accurate information and endorsed by many doctors and state and national medical professional organizations. In spite of this information being medically accurate in both drafts of the health standard, there were some individuals in our state that tried to gain notoriety for themselves and/or for the organizations they serve. And they did this by attacking LGBTQ youth and by intentionally spreading fear-based misinformation. These same bullies exaggerated the facts of our health standards in order to create a following and to attack our public schools. What saddens me the most is that any health standards that might be passed would not have been mandated, as we've said all along, not mandated for any school district or school, and parents would have always had full control over teaching their youth instead of having them learn these lessons at school. No one was taking away parental control. But these standards were in part about making sure that we are doing what is best for the greater good. I don't know when we as a society decided that our only responsibility was to make sure that we were looking out only for our kids, the kids on our block, the kids in our school, the kids at our church, and the kids that look and act like us. Because when I grew up, I was taught that we all had a responsibility for looking out for the success of everyone. And that is what these standards represented to me. I want my peers on the board to know that I truly value every one of them. I especially enjoyed and appreciated some of the conversations that we had yesterday. It inspires me to know, as I've always known, that each and every one of my peers on this board all want the same that I do. They all want what is best for Nebraska's youth. And I believe it's very healthy that we disagree with each other about what that means. I agree 100%. Teaching pornography is not healthy, and that's why I want standards so kids are not learning about sex on porno sites. That's why these health standards are important to me, but I'm done.
Further discussion?
I only have a few more words. I do hope that if we take a pause on this work, that during that time, we will consider a better process that will allow for conversation, diversity of thought, input from the medical community, and input from the entire board, and a focus on the non-discrimination statement that our board voted to uphold. Thank you.
Further discussion? Robin?
I questioned whether I was going to say anything. But I did have some prepared remarks, just in case. And I think that possibly it has become appropriate for me to share these remarks. Listening. Listening requires 2 of 3 things to happen: either hearing and thinking or reading and thinking. Listening is best done with our mouth closed. It eventually leads to a response. Listening does not equal agreement any more than disagreement equals not listening. Today, we, the State Board of Education, are being asked to respond to our listening. We are voting on whether or not to postpone our action as they relate to the Nebraska Health Education Standards process. Personally, I believe health standards are needed at the state level just as much as fine arts, physical education, world languages, and career and technical education are currently our non-core standards. We have been listening to the passionate presentations at our school board meetings. We are listening to phone calls, nearly every phone call. We are listening to nearly and reading every email. We are listening as we read the results of the survey. We are listening to our local school boards, our local administrators, our teachers, our community, our legislators, our governor, and many others who, like us, want what is best for our children. Today, it is time for us to respond to our listening. I will vote yes to postpone the Nebraska Health Education Standards process. NDE and the State Board of Education have been listening, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion? Jacqueline?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion at this time. I'd like to motion to refer this statement back to the committee for further discussion.
Second.
You can do that we have a main motion on the floor and this is a subsidiary motion.
Just give me a second, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Anything?
It's been moved by Jacqueline, seconded by Lisa to refer.
Deborah.
Deborah, I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. Moved by Jacqueline, seconded by Deborah to return. Would you, what?
To refer the statement.
To refer the statement back to the committee. Thank you. Discussion? Discussion on the motion.
The mic isn't working.
As maker of the motion, you may speak.
The mic is not working. There we go. Okay. Got it. So I did not prepare any statements because I was thinking through the night on what to say and what I wanted to do. I'm asking that we refer this statement back to committee for several reasons. The first is I'm concerned with the procedural part of it. As I was looking through the parliamentary procedures last night in Robert's Rules of Order, I started thinking about main motions, subsidiary motions, and in that motion or statement that we are making, we're actually, I would say, making a motion to postpone indefinitely. And then I started thinking, well, where does that fall in the order of lowest motions to highest motions? And then I got to a point of, I called someone who knows these rules pretty well and they said, that probably is not the way that it should be done procedurally. And so then it got me wondering, why are we doing this way? If that is not what the recommendation would be from a parliamentarian of our board, then whose idea was it? And did we talk to our board parliamentarian to ask if this is the way we should be doing it? That's the first reason that I think we have an issue with this statement. The second reason that I have an issue with this statement is because of the same issues I've been raising that I raised at our last meeting and that I've raised since the beginning of this rollout of the health standards. I've gotten emails and people have posted things on Facebook, and I'm talking to board members now, not the public, about my part of this health standards process. I took office in January. I thought this was going through the Teaching and Learning Committee, and the Teaching and Learning Committee, which I am not on, had their eyes on it. And the people on this stage, or who are sitting beside me who are on that committee, are Maureen, Patty Goebbels, Lisa, and Robin. If I didn't call their name, we're not on the committee through which these health standards came out of. But the more I started talking to board members who were on that committee, I learned they didn't really get a heads up before they were released either. There was a rush. And then the second draft came out right before the last meeting. And again, I thought, well, maybe they got more of a heads up than I did. And through asking more questions and learning, not really. So who was really monitoring this and watching the process? Or was this being done by staff and the commissioner? So at the last meeting, I made this long plea to all of you, everybody on this board. Can we start thinking for ourselves? Can we start asking questions? Can we start demanding some type of transparency, some accountability? Can we start holding people accountable for the decisions we're making? And about a week and a half ago, I was driving home from work. I work in Lincoln, I'm driving Omaha, and I get a call from a state senator who I've never spoken to in my life. I didn't even know why she was calling me or why she had my phone number. But I had talked to other board members about what we were going to do with the health standards, and I kind of knew what people were thinking. Some people wanted a third draft and said, let's go back to the drawing board. We didn't do this right. The whole process has been botched. We need to go back and figure it out. And I thought, leaving, that a lot of the people on this board, that's where we were. Some people were okay with the second draft, but some people wanted a third draft. But that phone call came on a Friday afternoon, and I couldn't figure out what was going on until I got a little further in the conversation. And there were hints being dropped. Well, what are you guys going to do about the standards? The superintendents would really like for you to postpone this. They don't really like the heat that they're getting from locally. They don't want to deal with it locally. Can you guys just push it off and do something different with it? And I said, well, that's for the board to make. And if the people want to go to their local superintendents and their local school districts, we are a local control state, and that's where they should go. I support that. So I can't say that I'm going to make any decision when I think that locally is where it should be handled. I'm not upset with the people for doing that. That was my statement. So the next morning, I wake up and I got an email from the commissioner. And in that email, I heard and saw the exact same things from the conversation that was going on from that phone call I got. So I go, there's a push on us to make a decision to do this. And would you believe, within the next week, we had this statement saying this is exactly what we were going to do. So it is so hard for me to believe that this is the statement and this is what this board wants to do when I know where we were coming off of the last committee meeting. I know what I spoke to people about. And then I started hearing other little pieces. Well, if we don't do this, then so-and-so is going to do this. And so-and-so said we should do this because otherwise we're going to do this. And now we're doing exactly what we are being asked or told to do when we're supposed to be a board that makes our own decisions. So I came here yesterday disappointed and hurt because I felt like I pleaded to all of you to do something different. And you turned around, and this statement is exactly what somebody else wanted us to do. So I can't vote for it. I can't support it. And I'm telling everybody now why I'm not. But beyond that, the health standards to me are important. As we deal with COVID, we're talking about mental health with kids. That's in the health standards. That's something that's pressing. We know that the legislature is currently dealing with we're going to handle behavioral issues in classrooms. That's mental health that we need to be talking about. There are a lot of other things about physical health with kids in those health standards that are important. And so to say we're not even going to be allowed to talk about the health of kids, that we're going to cut off the Department of Education for talking about anything that might even be related to health, because that's what we're being asked to do. All I wanted was for us to go back and figure it out, to create a better process and to get it right. But we're not going to do that either. We're going to vote to say health is off the table for now because it's too hard. I don't agree with that. So for those reasons, I am asking that we take this statement back to the committee and we come back with a different decision. It doesn't have to be this month. It doesn't have to be in 3 months. But we should not stop talking about health in schools and what a standard for health should be. That's what we are about, and that's what we're here for. And that's all I'm going to say.
So you're asking
Further discussion on the,
motion to refer. Further discussion on motion to refer.
is there further discussion on the motion to defer?
Refer. Refer to a committee.
Refer to a committee, yes. Is there further discussion to refer this back to the committee? Robin?
I'm going to ask when or if it is appropriate to convene it to executive session.
Give me 1 minute. It would not be a matter from legal advice. For legal advice. Pardon?
Could I ask when it would be appropriate? In other words, are we saying we have to act on this motion before we go to executive session?
You want me to speak? This is a parliamentary issue, a parliamentary procedure when we're talking about how to deal with the motion and the discussion. I don't know that that is appropriate for executive session, particularly not appropriate to retreat to executive session for legal advice on a parliamentary issue.
That is not my purpose for requesting this.
Before any retreat to executive session, we would need to know the purpose for the executive session and if it's acceptable to go into executive session under the public meetings law.
My purpose, I'm sorry, were you through, Scott?
Share your purpose for going into executive
My
session.
purpose would be to prevent unnecessary harm to an individual.
That's an appropriate purpose under the statute, but I think we would need to understand more about the nature of that reason.
Robin, you could ask for a motion to recess.
Jacqueline, what was your statement?
Robin, you could ask to take a break, and then you could discuss what you need, ask your questions.
Scott, did you hear what Jacqueline mentioned?
We could take a short break for you, not a quorum of the board, to discuss with me.
Say that again, please.
We could take a short break for you to discuss with me your reason, but not with a quorum of the board.
Okay. So what is my best process then to do what you have suggested here, to take a recess? Is that correct?
How many minutes?
Move to take a recess of the stated amount of approximate minutes.
It requires a second.
And requires a second.
Is not debatable.
Okay.
Not debatable.
Does it require a second?
And it's not debatable.
Madam Chair, I seek a 5-minute recess.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion?
There isn't discussion. No discussion.
No discussion? Do we take roll? Okay. Andrea, take roll.
Fricke?
No.
Morrison?
Yes.
Tim? Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
No.
Neary?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Nichols?
Yes.
Five yes, 3 no. 2 no.
Motion passes. You have 5-minute recess. The State Board of Education meeting will come back from recess. Is there any further discussion on the motion to refer to committee?
I have a question.
Okay. Before you speak, the audience is having a hard time hearing in the back, so please hold your microphone up closely. And if you can do that, there should not be a problem.
The question that I have is, we're asking about the motion to refer to committee, but prior to us taking a recess, I believe Robin had made a motion. Was that motion accepted or on the table, or told that that motion was inappropriate? I just need to know where we are procedurally before we left.
Jacqueline, I do not believe that there was a motion from Robin.
Okay.
So we are back to, is there any further discussion on the motion to refer to the committee, refer back to the committee? Deborah?
I was satisfied with the resolution that we had talked about yesterday. But as I thought about it last night, and that it was going to require 5 votes to bring it back, public votes, I knew that we were essentially killing the health standards because I didn't see them coming back. And I do feel for our school districts and our superintendents, and I am sorry that we let this timing happen the way it did. I'm not in a rush to pass anything, but I feel that it would be highly inappropriate for us to postpone it without some further discussion, since there is, and there has been in this past week, a lot of confusion. A lot of confusion. And I don't see any harm at all in taking it back to the committee, even if it's just for another month. But this is an important issue. Lives are at stake. And I do hope that we can give this a little more consideration before we take a vote that's essentially going to kill the standards for a very long time. That's
Is there
all.
any
Thank
further
you.
discussion? Jacqueline?
Yeah, I will say one more thing. It was asked of me, why didn't I let people know yesterday why that I was going to do this or make this motion? And I started thinking about it. Yesterday, and again, talking to board members, I said the statement that was put out had some ambiguity in it, and I can't support it. But what I'll do is I will make 2 suggested drafts that the committee could put out, and I'll write them up, and then it'll go back to the committee, and they can vote on which one they liked. That was the last thing I did before I left yesterday. And the committee met, and they accepted one of those versions and not the other, which was the decision of the committee. Now, the one that came out was the one that said, in order for this to be brought back, it'd have to have a majority vote of the board. But what that would require is for the committee to put it out. It would have to go through the Teaching and Learning Committee, and then it could come back to the board, and then it'd have a full vote. The other option was that any board member could make a motion at any time to bring the health standards back. on their own motion to the full board. And do you know which one the committee, the Teaching and Learning Committee, chose? The one that keeps it with them so that they get to decide when it comes back and not any other member of the board. Well, my history with this committee, I just told you. So I could not have made that decision before you guys decided on which version you were going to do. Once I saw which version that you were going to do, which is the one that takes away the ability of any board member to bring this forward and to act, but says it has to go through your committee, then I decided I would like for that statement to go back to your committee to be reviewed. That is why I said this today and not yesterday. So that answers your question.
Further discussion? Seeing none? Andrea, please take the roll on the motion to refer the motion back to the committee. Is that correct? The statement back to the committee.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
Fricke? No. Goebbels?
No.
Morrison?
Yes.
Tim? Nichols? Nichols?
No.
Stevens?
No.
Neary?
Yes.
3 yes, 4 no, 1 absent.
Motion fails. So we go back to the main motion. Lisa, would you read the main motion again? Pardon?
May I make a statement first?
Read the motion first.
I move, excuse me, I move the State Board of Education hereby postpones the development of health education standards. The State Board of Education received substantial input on the draft of the health standards and recognizes that now is not the time to continue the process. Furthermore, the COVID pandemic has placed varied demands on school districts, parents, families, and communities. The intent of the State Board of Education is to determine the most appropriate time to address the health education standards after taking into consideration the state of the pandemic, the needs of our children, schools, and communities, the readiness of local school stakeholders. The decision to continue the process of developing health education standards must be supported by a majority vote of the State Board of Education.
Is there any further discussion? Lisa?
First of all, we didn't come to this conclusion because it was hard work. You just heard why. We kept in mind children, communities, parents, leadership officials, and schools from across the state. We are not going to abandon working or developing health standards. As I read this, and with Jacqueline's addition at the end, my understanding as the chair is that a board member can still request to have the health standards on the agenda so that it can be brought back at a time deemed appropriate, considering what was mentioned in the statement.
Any further discussion? Patsy?
I need to have that qualified. the way it was stated by Jacqueline was that it couldn't be brought back by one person, right? It had to be the whole board or the whole committee. And I would like to know, because that would make a difference in how I voted on the next process.
Lisa, you want to address that?
Yes, when Jacqueline came to me and then...
Do you have your microphone on?
No, I'm sorry. When Jacqueline discussed this with me, first of all, I respect the opinions of all my board members. And when she came to me yesterday and wanted some things changed, I wasn't quite understanding exactly what she intended. So she talked, I believe, with 3 others, and they asked her to write down her suggestions, which the committee got together and spent quite a bit of time, 5 o'clock yesterday, and decided we appreciated the last statement, and so we took that, and we, in considering this statement, remembered that thousands of emails, thousands of people on the survey. We took time to look at the themes of what all of you across the state decided needed to be addressed in draft 1. We asked that they review all of that information from you, decide the themes that you were worried about. It came back to the committee. The committee did not take this work lightly. I can't tell you how many Zooms we have had since draft 1. And the reason the statement came forward isn't because it's hard work, because we have been doing hard work since the first draft was introduced. So it's my understanding that, and maybe we need to clarify, I think we can clarify a statement easier than we could clarify another way. I, as chair, would hope that this means that any board member can request to have health standards on the agenda when it's appropriate to address them again. As Patsy stated earlier, as stated in this, now is not the time for the various reasons stated in the statement and Vice President Kojon said at the beginning.
Jacqueline?
Mask and earrings are hard. So I realize everyone who was not on the committee might not have seen the statement, so I'm going to read to you the 2 different options that the committee had. The first, and this was not my addition to the statement, this was my clarification asking that we get this right, which it reminded me of one of our stories that we teach kids about Henny Penny and Chicken Little and the sky is falling, where there's this consistent urgency of the sky is falling about pandemonium that we have to hurry up because this has to happen fast. And that's everything that's happened with these health standards, is that we have, every time something's presented to us, it's with such urgency that we don't even have time to take the time to figure it out because we think we have to move so fast, when what is the expediency when we're trying to get something right for kids? I don't get it. So let me say what this said, because these were the 2 options that I sent to the committee. The decision to continue the process of developing health education standards must be supported by a majority vote of the State Board of Education. That was option 1. Option 2 said, at any time, a board member may motion the full board to continue the process of developing health standards. The motion must be approved by a majority vote of the State Board of Education. That was the second option, where it specifically said in the statement, at any time, a board member may, on their motion the full board to continue the process. Your committee did not accept that option. The committee accepted the first option. So it's hard for me to listen to everyone's understanding was that any board member can do that, when given that option, that's not the one that the committee went with.
Madam President,
Lisa?
that wording was in the original statement that we had, that one board member could do that. In talking to Jacqueline, we decided, okay, she's thought this out. The committee discussed it at length, and my understanding was that we could go with the first option, and to me, that did not mean that one board member couldn't bring it before the full board at any appropriate time. And I would, I would be okay adding what the original had back in, because that was in there originally. Then you sent us two possibilities, and after talking to you, and I don't know how many other committee members you talked to, we selected your option 1.
Okay, I want to make it clear, neither of these were my options. What I said, and I brought up the first draft so we can read it together. The decision to continue the process of developing health education standards must be introduced by a state board member and supported by a majority vote of the State Board of Education. That was the language from the bottom. However, there was another sentence in there that says, the intent of the State Board of Education is to determine the most appropriate time to address the topic of health education standards after the pandemic has concluded, as determined by appropriate national, state, local, and health officials. What I said was those two sentences made it unclear about how the process had to be restarted. Was it after the State Board of Education had determined as a board that the pandemic had concluded, or was it upon the motion of a board member? Because the way that they were written were incongruent with one another. The process was not laid out clearly in the statement. So when I started asking board members, which was it? Was it the intent for the board to first decide that the pandemic was over and then a board member could bring the motion? Or was the intent for a board member to be able to bring it at any time? I was getting different responses, which made me believe it wasn't clear what you guys were trying to do. So I said, I don't agree with the statement at all, but I will write two options that are clear, and then the board, your committee can vote on which one is their intention so that we at least know what you're intending to do. Based on the one you chose, it showed that the intention was not to allow a board member to bring it at any time, but rather to go through a full board of the vote. It's not my statement. I was not trying to change your statement. I was saying it wasn't clear and it needed to be, we needed clarity on what the committee meant. And now that one has been decided, we're still debating what was your intention versus what the words say. That means you need more time to figure it out.
Madam Chair? Lisa? Then Patty.
I want to make it perfectly clear that what you just read was not the final statement that came out of the committee. I informed every board member to go on Spark and look at, because we didn't like the word concluded, because we thought maybe this won't be concluded till 2030 or whenever. We took concluded out, so that indicates to me you're not even looking at what we put in Spark as the final statement that you were adjusting. You added to not the right statement that came out yesterday, which every board member, I personally said, this, please go to Spark and read what we've adjusted. So
I can read.
Patty.
Patty?
Madam Chair, I would like to ask our parliamentarian what the process is to call for a vote on the motion on the floor.
requires a second and a 2/3 vote.
All right, I move the previous question.
Okay. It's been moved to go back to the main motion. Say that again?
Essentially cease debate.
Okay. The question has been called to cease debate. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Patty, seconded by Robin. Discussion? No discussion. Okay, we need a 2/3 vote in order for this to pass. Andrea, call the roll. Andrea, call the roll.
Stevens,
Yes.
Tim, Kojons,
No.
Morrison,
No.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Fricke,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
4 yes, 3 no, 1 absent.
Motion fails. Further discussion, right? Patsy?
I can vote on this with a clear heart about making the right decision if I know that one board member can come forth and bring it back so that we can start the process again. If we just let this process be tenuous and we don't know what's going to happen with it, then we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is creating health standards for the children of Nebraska.
Commissioner, could you please read B6?
So part of the issue that I think has been raised is about whether or not a single board member can bring something forward. So I want to read from policy B6, the board's own policy. The agenda is developed by the commissioner in consultation with the board president and will contain any item requested by individual board members. That's the first line of policy B6.
Patsy?
Do the president and the commissioner have the right to exclude? I just want to know.
I'll just read the policy, or the first line of it. The agenda is developed by the commissioner in consultation with the board president and will contain any item requested by individual board members.
Thank you, sir.
Lisa?
That discussion took place in committee, and the policy was referred to, and that's why, when I said, my understanding was that in light of that document edit that we accepted from Jacqueline, we considered policy B6. Any state board member can request to be on the agenda for a particular topic for discussion. So my question to the people that voted, knowing that this can be brought back by one member clearly according to policy B6, I was wondering, Madam Chair, is there anyone that would change their vote to accept this, knowing that any board member can do that?
Jacqueline?
So
And Patsy?
Lisa, my computer just died, but yes, the statement, just to clarify, the second statement that was issued yesterday by your committee that came out around noontime, I think it was no longer up on the website. So what I was reading was the first, but the change that I sent to the committee came from the second draft. So yes, I did read the second draft, and if I hadn't, that change wouldn't have been in it when your committee got it. So, but here's my question. And this is a parliamentary, or I guess a procedural question. If we pass a statement that says the intent of the state board is not to visit something until basically an event has occurred, and we've made that statement, Which one supersedes, the event occurring or our policy bylaws? Which one takes priority?
Speak up into the mic.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard now?
Yes.
It is a procedural question, but my reading of it would be that B6 does prevail, that any board member can bring or request that an item be on the agenda to consider beginning work again on the health standards. It says that the board has to vote on that, so that would be the discussion on an agenda item brought by any board member, placed on the agenda, is now the appropriate time. Given the board's intent language, that would be the discussion, is now the time to bring it back, vote on the matter. It doesn't prevent a board member from requesting and having it put on the agenda. The discussion would be amongst the 8 of you. Vote up or down, does now appear to be the time given the statement when it's adopted. That's my take.
I have a question.
Jacqueline?
When you refer to the board's intent language, typically, if we were looking at legal proceedings or we were looking at the legislature and they passed a law, we would go back and we watch the recording of what they did, or we at least read the transcript to find out what their intent was. If our committee meetings don't have that transcript that people can watch or go back and look at, where is it documented, our intent language for the board? Where do we keep that? Where do we keep those intent documents or language? Where is it preserved, I guess?
Lisa?
Every state board meeting is recorded and archived, so people could scroll to the place that they want to get quotes from, understanding from. That's one source that I know of. There might be more. I don't know.
There's meeting minutes, right? Meeting minutes.
You want me to make I mean, I think as Lisa described, the intent of the board is actually what we would be referring back to on a matter that had been there. I think the intent language within the particular statement is also, I think in this case, relevant, I think to your point, knowing when that intent is done, but that's stated in your dialogue with around this particular statement as a full board.
Robin?
Colleague Co-Johns, would you mind answering a question from me?
I don't know, Robin Stevens.
Hey, based on this conversation, is your question, do you feel that your question has been answered?
I feel like that because of the clarification in our rules as a state board, that I could come back at any time and bring this up and put it on the agenda and it would be accepted. And I feel like that I would have, if it somehow did not go on the agenda, I would have the power to go back and say, I have the right to have that on the agenda, get it on the agenda so that we can work on it.
Robin?
Would it be appropriate for me to call the question?
Are you calling the question?
I'm looking to our people over here, if I can call the question.
The proper motion would be, I move the previous question.
I move the previous question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Robin and seconded by Patsy. Pardon me?
Not debatable.
Just a vote. Andrea, please call the roll.
Goebbels,
Madam President? Okay.
It's not debatable.
I just wondered what we're
It's
voting
not
on.
debatable.
Read the motion, so the motion.
Read the motion.
I guess that's what I was asking for.
It's moving the previous question, which is essentially a way to cease debate on the motion on the consideration.
I knew that, but I just needed to hear the motion again. Thank you.
Would you like to read it, Lisa?
No.
No?
It's the motion is the previous question. It's not that. The motion is the previous question.
Well, then, say it.
Call the roll. Call the roll. Call the roll.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Morrison,
No.
Neary,
No.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky. Tim. 5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
Motion passes. We now go to vote on the main motion. Lisa, could I have you reread that, please? Yes.
Okay. They say the third time is the charm, so here we go. I move the State Board of Education hereby postpones the development of health standards. The State Board of Education received substantial input on the draft of the health standards and recognizes that now is not the time to continue the process. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed varied demands on school districts, parents, and families and communities. The intent of the State Board of Education is to determine the most appropriate time to address health standards after taking into consideration the state of the pandemic, the needs of children, schools, and communities, and the readiness of local school stakeholders. The decision to continue the process of developing health standards must be supported by a majority vote of the State Board. And as policy B6 has clarified, that could be an individual
Lisa.
board member.
Andrea, please call the roll.
Neary,
Abstain.
Nichols,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Morrison,
No.
Tim, Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Goebbels.
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain, 1 absent.
Motion passes. Prior to moving to agenda item 4, public comment, we will take a 10-minute break. The board will come back from recess here. Agenda item 4, public comment period. We will now have public comment period. This period of public comment is available for any person who wishes to address the State Board on subjects within its authority. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Thank you to all of those who have come today. Those wishing to speak signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Do we know how many public comment? We do not know how many public comment cards there are. The board voted yesterday to limit public comment to end by 4:00 p.m., where each person may address the board for up to 2 minutes. The board may take a 45-minute lunch break during such time announced at a time prior to recessing. If you have not yet signed up for public comment, please sign up with the NDE staff in the entrance at this time. As provided under LB 83 from the 2021 legislature, the board waives and does not require that persons that address the board in public comment provide their physical address. The board does, however, request that you state what town you are from. I will announce the names of the next 16 speakers so they are prepared to come forward and sit in the front row. This is number 1, and there's number 2, right? Deb Savage, Peg Fong, interested. There we go. Tara McGuire, Cammie Riley, Brooke Stewart, Kathy Adams, Cindy Guthrie, Alyssa Criffield, Lori Woolsey, Melissa McClanahan, Trish Legg, Judy Durr, Jenna Durr, Monty Starkey. Deb Savage. Welcome, Deb.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Deb Savage. I'm from the Crete and Denton area. I've been a nurse for 38 years and a college professor for 28. On 9/26/19, board member Deborah Neary contacted Ryan Four and stated, and I quote, "I want to make sure that Lisa Schultz is selected to help write the NDE health standards. Please let me know what I need to do to make sure she is selected. You've all received a copy so you can follow the timeline we're going to set out for you. This timeline will show the board member Neary has worked behind the scenes in an effort to influence all of you to adopt standards which were initially written by teachers across the state, but were then taken over and manipulated by activists working secretly with Board Neary. Most of this was kept from you, which is why there has been so much controversy and confusion with this entire process. Many of you on the board and the NDE trusted the process without knowing someone was manipulating the process. By the end of this meeting, you will see exactly how this unfolded without your knowledge. On September 30, 2019, board member Deborah Neary contacted Ryan Four and stated, "I will not involve myself in the selection process as we discussed. I want the process to happen organically as it should." Then between 9/26 and 9/30 of 2019, Mr. Four spoke with Ms. Neary and recommended that she should not be advocating for certain people and that she should trust the process. This timeline has been developed by reviewing a large number of emails and text messages received through public records requests served on the Department of Education over the past 6 months. On 10/2019, Neary emailed Ryan Four and Matt Bloomstead informing them, and I quote, "I'm very disappointed that none of the folks that I recommend to participate in the Nebraska Health Education Standards writing team were selected."
Thank you, Deborah. Deb, thank you. Peg Fong. Welcome, Peg.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Peg Fong, and I'm from Kearney. Number 2, on October 23rd, 2019, the Equity Officer for the Department of Education recommended Abby Swartzworth from out Nebraska based solely on her LGBT advocacy. In that email exchange, Lacey Peters, the PE and Health Education Specialist for the Department of Education, said it was not pertinent whether Ms. Swartzworth had any knowledge about health and/or health education. Soon thereafter, the lists of the writing team members and experts were revised to include the names of Lisa Schultz, Matt Avey, and Liam Hearton Rodriguez, which were all selected by board member Neary. Abby Swartzworth had been added as well, in spite of the fact that no one knew whether she had any knowledge about the health education. On September 16, 2020, Lacey Peters shared a website of resources with Zainab Rita, which contained equity picture books and other resources for schools. Included in these resources were books such as I Am Jazz, I'm a Girl, Pink is for Boys, and Julian is a Mermaid. These and other picture books are produced for ages as young as 3 years old and deal with gender identity. Ms. Rita replied, "Wow, these are great resources." This shows that officials in the Nebraska Department of Education are interested in more than simply developing broad standards, specific resources of interest as well. December 18, 2020, Lisa Schultz and her team were working on an advocacy plan for the health education standards. In an email to an employee with the Department of Education, Ms. Schultz specifically discloses that she is working on an advocacy plan, so she needed to know the timeline the NDE had established for the adoption of these new health education standards. This is the same Lisa Schultz, board member Neary, had made sure to be a part of the process. You have all been provided a copy of these emails so you can follow the timeline we are setting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peg. Tara McGuire. Welcome, Tara.
Hello, my name is Tara McGuire, and I'm from Gretna. In early 2021, possibly January, Lisa Schultz sent a text to board member Neary in which she stated, quote, "We are going to make some linkages to suicide prevention, especially for LGBTQ students. Both Oregon and Idaho have had a lot of success with that approach," end quote. It is possible that the advocacy plan developed by Lisa Schultz included using suicide to convince people that the LGBT and comprehensive sexual education aspects of Draft 1 were necessary to save the lives of children because, quote, "Both Oregon and Idaho have had a lot of success with that approach." On March 5th, 2021, Ms. Schultz texted Ms. Neary informing her that Schultz had national experts ready to review Draft 1 on Wednesday, March 10th. Remember that Lisa Schultz, personally selected by board member Neary, had developed advocacy plan for the inclusion of LGBT and comprehensive sexual education in the health education standards. And now Lisa Schultz was bringing in national experts. Ms. Schultz had also volunteered to meet with people behind the scenes to discuss her experiences in convincing the Omaha Public Schools Board of Education to adopt comprehensive sexual education in Omaha. You have all been provided a copy of these emails so you can follow the timeline we are setting out for you.
Thank you, Tara. Cammie Riley. Welcome, Cammie.
Hello, my name is Cammie Riley, and I'm from Norfolk. Lisa Schultz, the person board member Neary personally selected for the writing team, texted Ms. Neary to inform her that she will love our new health standards fact sheet. This means that some or all of the facts and information used by the Board of Education and the Department of Education, especially those portions related to LGBT matters and comprehensive sexual education, came from Lisa Schultz, who was one of the people specifically selected for the writing team by board member Neary. By late afternoon on March 10th, 2021, the day the first draft of the health standards were released, Lisa Schultz had provided the NDE a set of talking points and a fact sheet to be used in order to defend the first draft. Within 20 minutes of receiving Ms. Schultz's email, Ryan Four, NDE Board Relations, Rules, and Regulation Officer, had forwarded Mrs. Schultz's email to all NDE board members. It appears board members and the NDE staff leaned on these documents as calls, emails, and media interviews ensued. If you recall, Lisa Schultz was handpicked by board member Neary, had been working on an advocacy plan several months in advance of this, had provided a fact sheet to the NDE on comprehensive sex education and LGBT issues, and had been working with national experts. As soon as the public began contacting the NDE in response to Draft 1, there was an obvious bias against people with conservative views. In the email on March 11, 2021, a member of the subject matters expert team and an employee of the NDE referred to a concerned grandmother as crazy because she did not agree with the sexuality training in the standards. The email was sent to Lacey Peters and the PE and health education specialist for the NDE. You all have been provided copies of these emails so you can follow the timeline we are setting out for you.
Thank you, Cammie. Brooke Stewart.
Hello, my name is Brooke Stewart, and I am from Albion. On about the same day Draft 1 was released of March 20th, 2021, Lisa Schultz put Jay Irwin in contact with board member Neary, informing her that Mr. Irwin was ready to mobilize. Mr. Irwin was the UNO professor of trans studies at the time. This is the same Lisa Schultz who was hand-selected by board member Neary to work on the health standards and who developed the advocacy plan, fact sheet, and talking points for the board members and the NDE employees. On approximately March 11th, 2021, Lisa Schultz texted board member Neary and referenced a big partner meeting on Tuesday, presumably March 16th, at which they would discuss draft number 1. It was unclear who the partners are, but may include Andrew Ailman, Abby Swatsworth, and Sophia Jod Wessel, who was collaborating with at the time. Or possibly she was referring to certain financial supporters, which have been significant financial backers of the Omaha Women's Fund, which was Lisa Schultz's employer at the time. After March 10th, 2021, Lisa Schultz informs board member Deborah Neary that she has 4 youth for May, referring to the Board of Education meeting. Lisa Schultz later informs board member Neary that she had hired 4 new youth social media influencers and that Schultz's assistant Tiffany was now speaking regularly with Ryan, which may refer to Ryan 4 in the NDE. The bylaws of the Board of Education require members to treat fellow members and staff with kindness, civility, respect, patience, and honesty. It appears that the board member Neary did not disclose to any of you that the person she had personally selected to work on the health education standards had made arrangements with youth advocates. All of this has been provided to you.
Thank you, Brooke. Kathy Adams. Welcome, Kathy.
Hello, my name is Kathy Adams, and I'm from Kearney. Number 6, on March 12, 2021, board member Neary was thanking Lisa Schultz for helping her prepare for a TV interview on draft 1 in front of one of the Omaha schools. The prepared comment includes a reference to youth suicide due to youths being bullied for their gender identity or sexual preferences. You might recall an earlier text from Lisa Schultz to board member Neary, which stated, "We are going to make some linkages to suicide prevention, especially for LGBTQ students. Both Oregon and Idaho have had a lot of success with that approach." Apparently, this approach was part of the advocacy plan, talking points, or fact sheet prepared by Lisa Schultz. The same Lisa Schultz who board member Neary made sure to be appointed to the process by the Department of Education. On March 16, 2021, Lisa Schultz advised NDE's Corey Epler, "We have a plan for the next 6 months and will be ready for the April 2nd meeting. We meet with key partners today." The plan and the key partners come into more focus later in the communications between Ms. Schultz and board member Neary. On that same day, March 16, 2021, Ms. Neary informed Board President Maureen Nichols that she had a Zoom meeting with the Women's Fund of Omaha, directed by Lisa Schultz, to develop the public relations strategy for the health standards. So by March 16, 2021, Lisa Schultz, board member Neary's personal selection for the people working on the health education standards, had not only prepared a number of documents advocating for gender ideology and comprehensive sexual education, she was now developing a public relations strategy for the health standards. You have all been provided a copy of these emails so you can follow the timeline we are setting forth for you.
Thank you, Kathy. Cindy Guthrie.
Hi, my name is Cindy
Welcome.
Guthrie, and I'm from Kearney. Number 7, on approximately March 22nd, 2021, it appears that Ms. Neary began contacting friends to encourage them to provide positive and supportive input for draft number 1. One person even emailed Ms. Neary stating, "It was wonderful to talk with you on the phone yesterday, and I am so glad we got to have a conversation about the proposed health standards. I wanted to follow up and ask you to please email me the survey you mentioned. I would like to fill it out. Thanks again for taking the time to talk to me." On April 12th, Ms. Kangas emailed Ms. Neary once again, stating that she received Ms. Neary's email with the link to the survey. On March 22nd, 2021, board member Neary began to encourage the NDE to bring in experts to talk to the board about the need for LGBT sex education in the health standards. She specifically mentions her handpicked advocate, Lisa Schultz, as well as Dr. Deb Tomick and a parent of a transgender student as experts she would recommend for this task. Board member Neary reminded NDE board members and staff how she found LGBT advocates to bring along a couple of their fellow board members who didn't understand some of the wording she was able to get into the non-discrimination policy the board had passed the previous year. You've all been provided a copy of these emails so you can follow the timeline.
Thank you, Cindy. Alyssa Critfield.
Hello, my name is Elisa Critfield. I'm from Kearney. On March 30th, 2021, Board Member Neary emailed a document titled Sample Talking Points to President Nichols. This may be the talking points referenced by Lisa Schultz earlier in the month. The talking points include many references to the process, which unbeknownst to most people in this room up until now, was not being allowed to happen organically. At least this is what I think many of you are now coming to realize. What was supposed to happen organically was being guided by the hands of several individuals, including at least one member of the Board of Education, Lisa Schultz. On March 31st, Maureen Nichols emailed a set of attachments to all board members and several NDE officials, which defended the sexual education in draft 1 of the standards, which included information provided by Lisa Schultz earlier in the month, including the link to suicide, which Lisa Schultz identified as being helpful in Oregon and Idaho's advocacy efforts. On April 15, 2021, Board Member Neary began reaching out to facilitators who could meet the board members and work on a values statement to supplement the non-discrimination position statement the board had developed under Neary's guidance several months earlier. The individuals board member Neary contacted seemed to include one common trait: support of the LGBT lifestyle. You've all been provided a copy of these statements.
Thank you, Elisa. Lori Woolsey. Welcome, Lori.
Good morning. My name is Lori Woosley, and I'm from Omaha. Number 9, on April 23rd, 2021, Board Member Neary reached out to 2 members of the Board of Regents, Elizabeth O'Connor and Barbara Whites, to see how the Board of Regents dealt with the public comments on controversial issues. According to Board Member Neary, her discussions with the Regents heightened her disappointment with the way the NDE was handling the public input on the health education standards. In an email to Tiffany Yoki at the Omaha Women's Fund on April 23, 2021, Board Member Neary stated, "I am very disappointed that Ryan and Maureen see this as a both sides need to be presented all the time. It is irresponsible, in my opinion, when one of the sides is based in science and fact and the other is based in religion. That is why it was important for me to learn how the regents get around the both sides nonsense. They only allow 30 minutes of public testimony a month, and they do not put much emphasis on all of the public input," end quote. Ms. Neary represents that she had spoken to more than one regent, but in fact, she only spoke to Elizabeth O'Connor. Barbara Whites did not respond to Ms. Neary's email until May 2nd, and Ms. Neary informed her on May 3rd that Elizabeth O'Connor had answered her questions already. Therefore, Ms. Neary only spoke to one regent, but led others, including the other board members, to believe that she had spoken to at least 2. You have all been provided a copy of these emails, so you can follow the timeline we're setting for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Melissa McClanahan.
Hello, my name is Melissa McClanahan, and I'm from Nebraska City. Number 10, on April 26th, Board Member Neary emailed President Nichols, Vice President Patsy Kojans, Commissioner Bloomstead, and Ryan Ford to try to get the NDE to change the way they were receiving public comment. Board Member Neary specifically stated, "It is not enough to just listen to public comment, and I tend to think it is irresponsible if that is all that is allowed. And I am not only concerned about our board having the information they need, but I also want to set the example for the local school boards. It is also horrifying thought that they would merely leave the decisions about these standards to only the public comment portion." At the same time, Board Member Neary was attempting to bring in an LGBT advocate as a facilitator to help create the value statement for the Board of Education. She was trying to minimize the predominantly morally conservative message the board was receiving from the general public, many of whom included professional educators, medical providers, counselors, and overwhelmingly, parents and grandparents of K through 12 students. This is proven even more thoroughly by Ms. Neary's email to Ryan Ford on May 5th, 2021, in which she tried to get the value statement on an upcoming agenda and stated, "I think the value statement is important as we make our health standards decision." In a following email, Mr. Ford agreed to put the value statement on the agenda. In text messages on May 8th, 2021, Lisa Schultz and Board Member Neary make it obvious that they are not only advocating, they are fighting to keep as much of the CSE and LGBT advocacy in the health education standard as they can. Board Member Neary was concerned about a third draft, which was too cleansed. You all have been provided a copy of these emails so you can follow the timeline we are setting for you. And I just wanted to add, please don't call me a bully because I don't want my child indoctrinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Trish Legg. Welcome, Trish.
Hello, my name is Trish Legg, and I'm from Donovan, number 11. If things such as transparency, honesty, integrity, fairness, ethics, and professionalism still matter in Nebraska, the efforts of Board Member Deborah Neary and the NDE's failure to protect the process of the health education standards has to be a serious concern to all of you. It is obvious the Department of Education and the board have been influenced by a calculated effort to sway your opinion from the very beginning. Actually, before the first draft of the health education standards was even on the minds of the teachers who would begin the first drafting. If you thought there was a process, you now know that it was not working while you fielded the questions and comments of concerned parents and grandparents across the state. We offer you the entirety of the chronology so that you can see for yourself. There are dozens of other very troubling emails with which we can provide, but I think you will agree. There is enough to show a significant breach of trust, transparency, and accountability occurred during the development of these standards. Until the credibility of the State Board of Education and the NDE is restored and those implicated are held accountable, Nebraska stakeholders will not accept any further considerations for the development of the education standards, health education standards.
Thank you, Trish.
Since they're reading the emails in order,
I believe while I was going through the names, I may have overlooked two individuals in the order, and that would be Cheyenne Lewis, and Robert Staub. If I did not call you, please come forward. I want to call in the order that your numbers, and that would be, is it Cheyenne Lewis?
Yes, it's Shane.
Shane, thank you.
Yes.
I apologize. You're next.
My name is Shane, and I am a mother of 5 in the Broken Bow area. Sorry, excuse me. The proposed standards, the information that was presented in these standards, this board didn't even come up with. And I do not feel that it is going to protect a child who is suffering from identity crisis, a mental disorder, abuse, an empty space created by peer pressure through social media or a friend circle, and this is why. These standards and the process in which they were pushed are only going to encourage confusion amongst impressionable kids who never would have questioned themselves in the first place, and that is something to be mad about. And those that do question themselves will be encouraged to run the risk of joining the 13.2% of LGBTQIA that find themselves detransitioning through adulthood as of 2021. Being a person who has suffered abuse and neglect in my childhood, I know exactly what it feels like to hate my developing body, to believe if I'd been a boy, I wouldn't be treated this way. And if I'd been going through that as a kid today, I would be encouraged to put my identity into a series of manufactured boxes and possibly mutilate my body to achieve it. And it would have been, at that age, my brain would not have been mature enough to know what was good for me or not. And when I matured at 28, it would have caused irreversible damage. No school board, no school system, no teacher or counselor would take responsibility for when I realized I'd been lied to and encouraged to engage in a social experiment by well-meaning people who would have been willing to roll the dice with my life for what they perceived to be the greater good. I lived a very disadvantaged childhood, but as an adult, I was able to take power over my life and couldn't be swayed by immaturity or lack of confidence anymore. And the idea that I had to change to be loved or feel worthy was completely gone. My children have a great life and get to go to a wonderful Nebraska school where they are tasked with character development and adhere to a very strict anti-bullying policy alongside their basic studies, just like they do at home.
Time.
Their daily
Thank you,
pledge.
Jenny. Time. Robert Staub. Robert Staub. Welcome, Robert.
Good morning. My name is Robert Staub. I am the father of several children in the Broken Bow area. And I'd like to touch on something that has not been touched on yet today. I would like to speak to you this morning about the dangerous standards that are being considered in our state and country that would influence impressionable young minds, the legislation that does nothing but create a platform where it is okay to discriminate and treat individuals differently based on the color of their skin. Let that sink in, because that sounds an awful lot like regulated racism to me. Throughout the country, in our state, and in places where it has been adopted that critical race theory and other versions by different names are being taught in taxpayer-funded schools, parents are reporting that their children are being told they must apologize for the color of their skin, and that people from different cultural backgrounds should be given more respect than their white classmates. It is poisoning and hurting children who have done nothing wrong. Every day, my children are encouraged to respect all individuals, period. In their school code, they promote integrity, compassion, and respect. Notice that nowhere in that statement did it state that they are to respect one skin color more than others. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, children don't even see skin color. Separation of race is a problem created by and proliferated by adults. If you teach children that there is a difference simply because one person looks different than you, you are the problem. People are people. We should be teaching children to respect one another. One of the biggest contrary positions, and what students are not even allowed to hear, is that more often than not, racial tensions are based in cultural differences and behavioral assumptions. I will give you one thing. Critical race theory is an appropriate name. Theory is defined as abstract thinking about a phenomenon. The phenomenon in question, as I stated before, is one created by self-serving adults. A theory must be proven to be given title as fact.
Thank you. Judy Durr. Yes. Welcome, Judy. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Judy Durr, Amherst. I'm reading this on behalf of Dr. Jason Shuda, a practicing physician from Kearney. His full statement has been submitted. The goal seems tangibly clear: to abandon the timeless current approach to a healthy educational climate where kids do not require labels and where respect and kindness for all, regardless of skin color, sexual orientation, religion, and appearance, are the primary focus, and instead to formulate policy that isolates and affirms biologically confusing and inaccurate views. The noble hope is that in doing so, LGBT youth will be safer, less inclined towards suicidal ideation, and more psychologically secure. Unfortunately, research argues this approach is flawed. A review of gender affirmation strategies shows mixed outcome data with many study limitations. An international study shows that gender hormone therapy fails to improve psychological morbidity outcomes. A widely celebrated study citing mental health benefits of gender reassignment surgery was revealed to have flawed statistics and methods, forcing the American Psychiatric Association to issue that this was a flawed study, erroneous conclusions. Yet there is no path toward creation of an affirmative school climate that does not further propagate such psychiatric morbidity. Affirmation policies have led to an otherwise inexplicable rapid increase in gender dysphoria identity cases, along with increased psychiatric morbidity, surgical sterilization, creation of permanent medical patients, and lifelong strife and regret for many. As a sign of this remarkable shift, in 2012, there were 0 reported cases having developed in adolescent girls in the scientific literature. Kids need to learn to love and respect others because they are dignified humans, not because they're requesting an identifying tribalistic label. The current approach of schools to emphasize respect and kindness and eliminate bullying is the best evidence-based approach and need not be updated to reflect 21st century ideological fads. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judy. Jenna Durr. Welcome, Jenna.
My name is Jenna Durr from Kearney, and I am an educated mother and physician. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Protect Nebraska Children Coalition. When a small group started this coalition just a few months ago, we had no idea how far we would go. It has been exciting and humbling that more than 20,000 people have shown up for our kids in such a short time. To each and every one of them who have become a valuable partner in the battle for parental rights and the protection of our children's innocence, we are truly grateful. Our coalition has made huge strides in drawing attention to the health sex education standards. The statistics from the UNL data analysis is clear. 90% of Nebraskans who participated in the survey oppose the standards and want this entire process scrapped. Unfortunately, in recent weeks, the media has attacked us and painted this as an extremist organization. While this dilatory tactic won't fool reasonable people, it's had a ripple effect across the state, with proponents of this sexualized and socialist agenda, including members of this board, claiming that our coalition stands for hate. Is it considered extreme or hateful to protect children from pornographic material? Is it extreme or hateful to favor scientifically and medically accurate information over standards which would promote genital mutilation and untested and dangerous hormone therapies on our children? Is it extreme or hateful to oppose the early sexualization of our children? Unfortunately, the real extremism has been displayed throughout this process, none of which is coming from our coalition. Rather, it is on full display from select school board members, NDE staff, and the expert advisors involved in this process, many of whom are heavily influenced by, represent, and/or are directly funded by outside pro-abortion activist groups. The very activist groups such as SECUS, who created the National Sex Education Standards, which was literally copied and pasted into Draft 1. Our coalition is here to stand for the rights of parents, the innocence of children, and the promotion of education over social indoctrination. Don't let your schools sexualize your kids or teach them radical social theory. It is time to double down on our efforts and remind your local school boards and the Nebraska Department of Education that schools need to stay in their lanes and leave parenting to parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Monty Sharkey. Monty Sharkey. Monty Sharkey. I thought I read her name. I apologize if I did not read your name earlier.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome.
My name is Monty Starkey, and I live in Hastings. I am a school nurse. I work the battleground. My stepfather was a World War II vet, 2 Purple Hearts, Bronze Star. One of the most important things that he said to me was, the people who start the war are not the ones who are fighting it. I'm the one who has to teach these children. And I can tell you, they're not ready for it. Jacqueline and I didn't prepare a speech either, so whatever I wrote here, I couldn't say out loud because you guys wouldn't appreciate it. Patsy, everything you said was absolutely right at the beginning of what this pandemic has done to our schools. But before the pandemic, it was pretty bad, okay? Our kids are coming to school with no social skills. They don't even know their name. They don't know their parents' name. They're not potty trained. We are spending our time potty training first, second, and third graders. So before I run out of time, I would like to invite every single one of you. In fact, I challenge every single one of you to come to my school and help us out. We are short of teachers. There are no subs. We are short of nurses. I have rubber gloves and masks. You guys come, spend 8 hours in my school, and actually see what is happening with these children. We've had police already there, social services already there. We need social workers and counselors. We don't need all of this crap because these kids already have a bad life. Maureen, my school is a few blocks from your school. So you, Adams,
thank you.
And Stolly, all of you guys, please come.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you, Monty. The next 16 individuals are Liz Davids, Julie Sheldon, Jamie Gould, Melanie Coronado Amaya, Michaela Atkins, Jill Hagan, Dr. Greg Brown, Amber Brown, Ethan Hotchkiss, Lily Castellan, Eli Ragasso, Jesse Barando, Amy LaCroix, Naomi Hadaway, Dr. Michael Green, Scott Guthrie. Liz Davids. Welcome, Liz.
Thank you. I'm Liz Davids from Lincoln. I'm speaking to all of you who are struggling with identity or sexuality and who feel alone in a world that categorizes and labels. I see you. I hear you. You are precious. You are here on purpose. You are here with purpose. Your life matters. You are unique. You are wonderfully made. Your struggle is real, and some of us in this room have had similar struggles and would love to connect with you and have a meaningful conversation about how we processed our struggle and grew through it and came out the other side healthy and confident. Your pain is real, and some of us in this room have experienced abuse at the hands of those in authority, those we should have been able to trust. It is so wrong, and we are so, so sorry. We would love to connect with you and encourage you with our lived experiences of healing so you can find hope for your own healing. These people in authority over our educational institutions want to keep you confused with a never-ending list of categories that keeps you guessing where you fit depending on how you feel that day. Because confusion leads to fear, and fear leads to trusting whatever those in power tell us will help. The big businesses raking in billions each year pushing these stereotypes want you to perpetually question and struggle with your identity and give them thousands of dollars every year for the rest of your life for fake fixes when you are seeking lasting healing for your very real pain. Everyone here who is wearing this sticker could share with you their own story of finding healing and coming into a life that is vibrant, thriving, and at peace, not fake fixes, but real solutions, not big business and big government, state school boards constantly changing the rules on you, but timeless truths that resonate with every single person, echoing down to our core. We see you. We hear you. You are precious. You are here on purpose. You are here with a purpose. Your life matters. You are unique and you are wonderfully made. We are with you and we are for you. Let's all find true healing together.
Thank you, Liz. Julie Sheldon. Julie Sheldon. Welcome, Julie.
My name is Julie Sheldon. I am from Lincoln. And I was at the meeting, the state board meeting last time, and I came out of it after listening to the stories of the young people when they talked about suicide intentions and the feeling that if they had had comprehensive sex education that they wouldn't have had depression and had to deal with anxiety. And I just want to say that those statements, that sex education saves lives and things about saying that if they had been taught sex education that things would have been different, are harmful and misleading. Yes, suicide is a leading cause of death of young people. But I mean, I found the statistic that 90% of those who've died by suicide in 2019 had a diagnosable mental health condition at that time. I myself has struggled with depression and anxiety. I was only 10 years old the first time that I thought about suicide. I left my house after midnight and walked to a local park, sat there for quite a while, thinking about walking in front of a train. This park was located next to railroad tracks, and I knew that it was only a matter of time before a train would appear. During my life, my dad died from leukemia when I was 7. My mom became an alcoholic. I became sexualized and sexually active at a young age. I got pregnant at 14, had a baby at 15, got pregnant at 16, had my second baby at 17. I have been a victim of neglect, date rape, and physical abuse. I didn't address this trauma until I was in my 30s. I just want to ask that instead of spending all this time talking about sex education standards, we need the basics, kids need to know about puberty and all that stuff, but we need to stop pretending that these are going to change depression and other things. And I implore you to spend more time and more money working on the mental health aspect for kids. If you don't like who you are down deep, you can make all the physical changes you want, but if you don't address how you feel about yourself, nothing will change.
Time. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Jamie Gould. Welcome, Jamie.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Gould. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Before I begin, I want to give a warning that I will be discussing sexual assault, rape, and suicide. I'm devastated. I'm so hurt that the Department and Board of Education would put thousands of students' lives in danger to avoid upsetting misinformed adults, or because the process has been hard, or because you are exhausted. Let me elaborate on what I mean when I say lives are in danger. According to the CDC, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually assaulted before they turn 18, and that is according to data from 2005. The number is now sometimes estimated to be 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys, as sexual assault is still very stigmatized and not everyone feels safe disclosing their trauma or seeking care. There is a massive correlation between sexual assault survivors and suicidal thoughts or actions. As a sexual assault survivor who nearly attempted suicide, I have firsthand experience. You are sentencing thousands of children to this horror and pain. We have been saying for years that we are tired of being told how to keep ourselves from being raped, and we need to see our schools teaching boys not to rape. You have that opportunity by teaching consent at age-appropriate levels beginning in elementary school. Don't back away because bigoted and misinformed adults are harassing you and us. You saw what happened last month. We can't keep seeing the bullying in the classroom that we have seen and experienced at every single board meeting. I do not have faith that all of you are acting in the best interest of students. It seems to me that some of you are prioritizing your own political careers, and that is devastating to me. Please, do better.
Thank you, Jamie. Melanie Coronado Amaya. Welcome, Melanie.
Hello, good morning. My name is Melanie, and I'm from Omaha. I first want to say how disappointed I am in all of the board today. As a young person, hearing that the health standards are being postponed reminded me that the adults around us continue to fail us once again. Outlined in the March 5th board meeting, one of the policy priorities for this board is to explore meaningful ways to engage students in the policy-making process. Yet we continue to be excluded in decisions that impact us the most over and over again. I heard that right now, it is not the appropriate time to talk about these standards, but if not now, then when? When is it the right time? Postponing any movement on the standards is a regressive and dangerous move. It makes the standards feel like the last priority, making me and other youth feel like the last priority. The second draft of the health standards release leaves out so many crucial aspects of sexual health information, it's devastating. It fails LGBT+ students, women, and youth of color all around Nebraska who are counting on all of you. And it fails every single youth testifying here today too. Revising the health standards and supporting inclusive, honest, and complete sexual health information would positively impact youth and save lives. It would save the lives of thousands of teens who are survivors of sexual abuse at the hands of adults who are supposed to be keeping them safe. As someone who is also a sexual abuse survivor, it pains me to know that maybe if I was given access to accurate information at the right time, my story could have been prevented, and I know it could have been prevented. Perhaps you don't know anyone personally affected by sexual health, but there are countless students that have been affected and are being affected right now. Postponing the health standards not only is a step back in the wrong direction, but it is also a violation of someone's rights and ethics. I said it before, and I'll repeat it again, the adults around us continue to fail us, but everyone on the board has a chance to do what is just. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Michaela Atkins. Welcome,
Good
Michaela.
morning. Good morning. My name is Michaela, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I am overwhelmed with total disappointment and lack of faith today. Last month, as young people, we came into a space that was hostile and unsafe, much like today, to give our true testimonies and experiences. We are only able to be present with you today because we have a group of adults who prioritize our safety and well-being. Nonetheless, the fact that it was even considered to postpone all movement with the standards and then passed feels like a direct slap in the face. We continue to put our trust and faith into a system that continuously lets us down. When will our education actually be our education? At what point will our voices be enough? The message continues to still be conveyed that we do not matter. We look to the adults to possess courage and integrity, two things that I have yet to see in this process. We have been asking you to step into your courage and into your integrity and do what is right for all young people. We have waited far too long for change, and frankly, we are tired of waiting. When will it be the right time to give us the information that we so desperately need? If young people are old enough to experience racism, homophobia, transphobia, and bigotry, then we are old enough to learn about it. It took thousands of students protesting night after night for the public university's Board of Regents to even acknowledge the injustices that were happening on their campus. We need you all to do so much more than that. Don't be persuaded to take action based on fear-mongering and loud bullies who are disparaging LGBTQIA+ identities. Remember who you are here for, us, the students of Nebraska. I can only hope that you are on the right side of history. Please ensure we have access to inclusive, honest, and
Time, Michaela.
complete sex education.
Thank you. Jill Hagan. Welcome, Jill.
Thank you. My name is Jill Hagan. I live in Omaha, and I'm a public school parent. I've attended these meetings for months now, and unless you've been in these rooms, you can't know how hostile and harmful the environment is for the brave young people who have dared to stand in front of you, telling you why their identities matter and asking for the health education they want and need. It's easy to see why others don't feel safe enough to show up. It's true, the hearings have been filled with opponents to health education, but here are some of the behaviors that I have observed from the adults at these hearings, who are adamant that the standards aren't needed. Bullying, threats, doxing, yelling, harassment, booing, forcing young people from their seats, laughing at young people, dismissing views that don't align with theirs, using religion to make their bigotry more palatable, threatening insurrections, shaming proponents. And when they aren't using scare tactics at meetings to shut down the conversation, they are illegally placing information in mailboxes, quoting Hitler, hiding behind a private Facebook group, and aligning their efforts with the nationally recognized hate group that attacks LGBTQ individuals. If a meeting full of adults isn't safe for young people for a couple of hours, what makes you think they are safe at school, or in their homes, or in their communities? It's clear that simply saying be kind or treat others how you want to be treated is not cutting it. Youth deserve adults in power who are strong enough to make the right decision. They deserve adults that can show up as bravely as they are. Adults with authority to do the right thing, especially in the face of extreme pressure and misinformation. They need adults willing to risk their own political careers and aspirations to keep them safe. Sex isn't a bad thing, but denying people the right to basic information about it is. We can do hard things. The youth have proven that. Please do the right thing for all students in Nebraska, including my own. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Dr. Greg Brown. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Greg Brown. I live in Kearney. I have a doctorate in health and human performance. I'm a professor of exercise physiology at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. These are my own opinions and not a statement on behalf of UNK. I have provided and continue to provide expert testimony for several legal cases and before legislative committees in several states regarding the biological differences between males and females and how those differences influence athletic performance. I've recently written a piece for the American Physiological Society about discussing sex and gender in the college physiology classroom. I've also submitted a presentation to the American Physiological Society 2021 Sex and Gender Conference. So, yeah, I'm a scientist. All right? Do you know that both drafts of the proposed health education standards have an inordinate emphasis on gender identity and transgender ideology? Are you aware that the World Health Organization, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the National Institutes of Health, and the Mayo Clinic do not list gender identity or any related disorders at all among the most important health considerations for youth and children? And yet both drafts of the proposed standards have this huge focus on gender identity. However, the proposed health education standards do not specifically include oppositional defiant disorder, conduct disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, Tourette syndrome, obsessive compulsive disorder, autism spectrum disorders, or post-traumatic stress disorder, all of which are listed as the most important health concerns for youth and children. It is therefore my opinion that the proposed health education standards are trying to advance an ideology rather than a health education curriculum. I strongly suggest that the board scrap the proposed health education standards and focus their efforts on reading, writing, mathematics, science, and social studies.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Amber Brown. Welcome, Amber.
My name is Amber Brown, and I'm from Kearney. I am grateful that I live in the United States of America. I'm really grateful that we're free to be here today, that we can talk about these things, that we have this freedom. In the Pledge of Allegiance we said this morning, we stated that we are one nation under God. In the Star-Spangled Banner, it says, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. And I'm really sorry for these youth who don't have parents that have taught them these things, that they want the schools to have to do it, that they haven't learned this at home, that they don't feel that love at home, and that they don't have parents that have shared that with them. And so now they feel like it's the school's obligation to teach them sex education. Public schools are not the place for that. The board has gone around what the legislatures have said. They voted to not have this put forth, and the school board has gone around that to try to put these forth. And I'm disappointed in that. Another thing to remember is that you say that schools don't have to accept these things, but they will be taught to kids that are being taught in college, because these standards will be there and they'll be taught about it, so these teachers have been taught this. I can see there's no trust amongst you guys, amongst anybody on this board. There's a lot of mistrust, and for good reason. So I would like to ask each one of you to please resign.
Ethan Hotchkiss. Ethan, welcome.
Hello. My name is Ethan Hotchkiss. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. This country was founded on the idea of freedom, the idea that the individual can decide how they live for themselves, not based off what others believe. So why do we continue to deny the people what they want? We want what the youth needs and has been asking for: inclusive sex ed that equips them with the knowledge to live safe and happy lives. Sex is a part of all of our lives. It is as fundamental to our existence as our desire for food. It is simply a function of our biological evolution, and we benefit greatly by understanding it, just like any other aspect of physical health. Sex can be talked about without the conversation sexualizing children. Knowledge that prevents bullying, dating violence, suicide, sexual assault, the spread of STDs, and unwanted pregnancies can be taught to children without sexualizing them. If you are a parent, sex will be a part of your child's life. Your child will have access to the internet. They will have time to themselves outside of your supervision. At the end of the day, you cannot control what your child does or consumes on the internet. You can't control what connections and friends they make or what influencers they look up to and learn from. If you are afraid of your child becoming more sexually active, you should ask yourself if you even know how sexually active your child is or anything about your child's sex life. Our youth is getting more information about sex from the internet and pornography than family, teachers, or medical professionals. 57% of Nebraska high school students have sex before graduating high school. There is no escaping this. Will we continue to deny the youth what they need and leave them in the dark? Or will we choose the path of freedom and agency of the individual, the path on which we can continue to believe in science and inclusivity? Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Lily Castellan. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lily Castellan, and I was born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a public health student at UNO and a youth researcher with the Women's Fund of Omaha and a proud member of the LGBT community. I was also once a child who felt alone and afraid because I didn't know there were other people like me. A child, I can't do it, I'm sorry.
We have your written comments. Eli Rigasso. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Eli Rigatuso. Was born right here in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a native Nebraskan who spent the better part of my life advocating for equity and inclusion for the LGBTQIA2S+ community in Nebraska. I'm a queer, transmasculine two-spirit of the Menominee Nation. If this intro confuses you, it is a prime example of why including language about who I am and my community and our health standards in public schools is imperative. On Friday, August 6th, 2021, as the board took public testimony in Lincoln, a high school student who was transgender died by suicide. On the very day adults who claimed they will teach their own kids stood in opposition of the updates and taunted and laughed at brave testifiers, we lost another bright light. We will continue to face the epidemic of suicide in our community if we do not update these standards to make them inclusive and affirming of the LGBTQIA2S+ community. These updates are not just about having the education be reflective of the unique challenges of my community, but also the challenges of all of our youth as they grow up and become sexual beings. It's inevitable. You know, my parents were good people, respectable people in the community, but they didn't always teach us everything that we needed to know. And many parents today still do not. When I came out to my parents at various points in my life, they didn't always embrace me. I had to become my own advocate despite the unique challenges I faced, and so many of our LGBTQIA2S+ youth are still facing the exact same bullying and abuse in our schools and at home. I wish when I was in grade school I was taught the difference between sexual orientation and gender identity, that my gender is not the same thing as my genitals, and that being transgender has nothing to do with who I choose to be intimate with sexually. And who I am is valid. Also, consent is everything. This knowledge alone would have made a world of difference for me as a young person. Educating our youth with truth about the community, the LGBTQIA2S+ community, will reduce risk in the community.
Time.
Comprehensive, inclusive
Thank
sex
you.
education will literally save lives.
Thank you. Jesse Barando. Welcome, Jesse.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jesse Barando. I'm from Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. I'm a Christian, father of 3 school-aged children, and physician who is board certified in adolescent medicine. In fact, I'm the only board certified adolescent physician in Nebraska or the Dakotas. I'm originally from South Dakota and now practice in Nebraska. I also served 11 years in the Army working in adolescent medicine in both Texas and Washington State. This topic addresses concepts that align directly with my specialty and directly affects patients that I care for daily. I can attest that there are no differences between teens in Nebraska, South Dakota, Texas, or Washington. They may have different hobbies or interests, but all experience difficulties relating to reproductive health and bullying, especially amongst the LGBTQ community. Regardless of religious or parental beliefs, I have cared for teenagers who have had health challenges related to all those topics. Also, some youth simply do not have parents who are available or present to give this education, so saying this is the parent's responsibility only leaves out a significant number of children. I want to acknowledge that everyone speaking here, including those that may strongly disagree with me, all have the same goal in mind. We all want to do what is safest and best for our children. This should be seen as a cooperation between healthcare, schools, and parents rather than a fight. As was considered in the original proposal, having a medically accurate reproductive education in schools as well as anti-bullying towards the LGBT community would have a tremendous positive impact on Nebraska's youth. This is strongly supported by important medical organizations, including the American College of OB-GYN, American Academy of Pediatrics, and Society of Adolescent Medicine, who all also have the same goal of doing what is best for our children. Aside from the health benefits, the state and communities would also see long-term economic and tax-saving benefits from this. Omaha and Nebraska have been social and economic leaders to this region of the country for over a century. I would strongly encourage the Nebraska Department of Education in this moment to be leaders on this topic as well. There may be some groups who are initially upset, but the long-term results will be more than worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy LaCroix. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you, and thank you for listening. My name is Dr. Amy LaCroix. I'm a mother, a pediatrician, a native Nebraskan. I was born in Omaha, grew up in Omaha, went to school in Omaha, and will likely die in Omaha. I went to Central High School, and so did my kids, and my family is invested in this community and in this state. I've been working as a pediatrician at UNMC Children's and One World for the past 27 years. I've cared for thousands of Nebraska's children, adolescents, and young adults. I volunteered time with OPS and with the state in women's health advocacy, and I help to care for youth in the juvenile justice system as well. I'm speaking today on behalf of my expertise, not on behalf of my employers. I'm presenting for your consideration a statement from the Nebraska chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics in support of a comprehensive health education curriculum in the schools that our children and grandchildren attend. Our children, teens, and young adults are our most valuable resource. They deserve our best at providing the information they need to take care of themselves, to learn to advocate for themselves, manage their health, and prepare to be young adults who will continue to make Nebraska a great place to live. They deserve accurate information that is developmentally appropriate, medically accurate, and socially accepting and inclusive. Parents are and have been and always will be the most important influence in the life of every child. As a pediatrician and a parent, I can tell you that I know how very difficult it is to make sure that children have all the information they need to negotiate through today's world. As parents, we need to assure that children know they are accepted, supported, and expected to contribute and given opportunities to develop into their best selves. Despite many parents' best intentions, I have cared for hundreds of children whose lives have been derailed because of incomplete knowledge or poor resources that left them unprepared and flailing. I see this daily in my practice in patients from all socioeconomic, cultural, and religious backgrounds. And though every parent thinks they know their child best, there comes a time when every child needs to be able to get information from trusted adults who are not their parents.
Thank you, Amy.
Teachers are the best people for this. Thank you.
Naomi Hadaway. Welcome, Naomi.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Naomi Hadaway. I'm a mom to 3 children, and we currently live in Elkhorn, Nebraska. Politics and leadership is the act of building trust at scale. Each of you have been entrusted with the duty of care, which means building the trust of your constituents through consistent and repeated acts of allyship, accountability, and bravery. When we send our children to school, we expect there will be equitable access to comprehensive and complete education, a healthy community, and safety. The actual reality today for so many of our children in Nebraska schools is a harsh and loud dissonance, much like the energy here today. Bypassing an opportunity now for a strong and intentional rewrite of the health standards means you've also bypassed your leadership. You've chosen to value the loud voices and that dissonance over the health and safety of our children. Back in July, Senator Joni Albrecht said, quote, "The biggest thing I've learned in politics is when that room is full, you'd better be listening," end quote. I reject this notion as dangerous. You have a duty to, quote, "be listening," end quote, period. Perpetuating that a room must be packed during public input in order for you to pay attention means you lose sight of the power and impact of the stories, experiences, and voices of our students, the learners of Nebraska that you've been entrusted with. When we require rooms to be packed and voices to be loud, we instill a false narrative about whose voices matter the most. These rooms, this one today, is not accessible with regard to safety, who has privilege to be here. We've hushed the voices and experiences of our full constituency, which includes the children of Nebraska, even though they can't vote for you themselves. Board Member Stevens even stated it clearly. Students' voices weren't on the list of who's being listened to. This environment here with toxic discourse, booing, racism, etc., creates harsh dissonance, and it allows the oxygen to be sucked out of the space and leaves no room for the voices of our students. As you decide when the right time is, I implore you to stand into the leadership that you've been bestowed. Trust has been placed in you by our students.
Thank you, Naomi.
Thank you.
Michael Green. Dr. Michael Green. Welcome, Michael.
Hello, board members. My name is Dr. Michael Green, MD. I'm a family medicine physician practicing in Omaha, Nebraska. I trained at the UNMC Family Medicine Residency Program here in Omaha, and I practice in Omaha. In addition to serving patients in the local Omaha area, I am also a father to 5 school-age children here in Omaha. I strongly encourage the board to adopt a health curriculum inclusive of sexual health topics that affect the youth and adolescents of Omaha. In particular, I recommend covering 2 topics in an age-appropriate manner: LGBTQIA youth and sexually transmitted infection understanding and prevention. First, LGBTQIA youth are at higher risk for a number of health disparities in comparison to their heterosexual counterparts, including increased rates of depression and attempted suicide. According to the 2018 report of the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System, suicide attempts by at-risk youth was 5.4% for heterosexual adolescents, while LGBTQIA teens reported a rate of 23%, which is nearly 18% higher. Significant drivers of suicide attempts are social isolation, family rejection, and bullying. Not having LGBTQIA topics in the health education of Nebraskans leads to a lack of accurate knowledge, which in turn can actively promote misunderstanding and fear. Second, we must educate our youths in an age-appropriate manner about sexually transmitted infections and how to prevent them. Sadly, Douglas County has a higher rate of STIs than the national average, much of that due to infections in adolescents. The rate of chlamydia and syphilis are on the rise, according to the latest DHHS data that I checked yesterday, with the largest rate increase in the ages of 15 to 19 years. Ignorance of health topics only promotes these higher rates and leaves our youth vulnerable. In conclusion, I ask the decision of the school board on topics of health curriculum be based on science and data with the best interest of children, my own included, in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Scott Guthrie. Scott Guthrie. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. My name is Scott Guthrie, husband of 1 wife for 38 years, pastor of Riverdale Christian Church for 32 years. My credentials: I have a bachelor's degree in Bible, a bachelor's degree in pastoral ministries, and a master's in counseling and educational psychology. And apparently, I'm a bully. Jesus Christ threw the self-righteous money changers out of the temple because they made an abomination of what was holy. The Christian community has the same responsibility, protecting what God created in His image and set apart for a purpose. There will never be an appropriate time to sacrifice the innocence of Nebraska's children on the altar of proposed comprehensive sex education. There will never be an appropriate time to offer the sacrifice of the innocent. Scripture clearly sets a standard of abstinence. Save intimacy for marriage as God intended. It works every time. The spiritual neglect of the sexual revolution has negative outcomes and correlates directly to the expulsion of God from the public square. 25 times in the New Testament, the Greek word porneia is used, and every time it is in reference to sexual acts which are ungodly and defile the body. Sexual sins are against your own body, and they turn what was clean into dirty. Ancient words, mene, tekel upharsons, translated by the prophet Daniel, say, "You have been weighed, and the scales are found lacking. The handwriting is on the wall."
Thank you, Scott. The next 16, Sheena Kinnan, Deborah McKnight, Scott Bleicher, Bria Gilmore, Monica Meyer, Morgan Ryan, Jesse Hitchlands, Roberta Wilhelm, Rob Clements, John Lowe, Tia Manning, Chelsea Egenberger, Josie Hayco, Gwen Easter, Marnie Hodgen, Dorothy Renter, Sheena Kinnan.
But you can go anytime for a break.
Welcome, Sheena.
Hi. My name is Sheena Kanan, and I'm from COZAD, and I'm a concerned parent of 2 children in the public school system. I stand in opposition to the standards. I wanted to provide an update regarding the resolutions and letters composed from schools across the state of Nebraska. There are now over 50 resolutions signed by administrators and local school board members. I would also like to address the disregard that was used by the state board members in the discussion of these letters during the last board meeting. We were told the schools who signed the resolution only represented 10% of Nebraska students, implying that only a small number were in opposition, which is entirely inaccurate. You can't assume that they were in support because they didn't sign a resolution. The absence of resolutions by some schools does not equate acceptance or support for any draft thus far. We are constantly told only a vocal minority is in opposition to the health and sex education standards, which we know is incorrect, especially when you look at the data analysis. Your data analysis derived from the first draft. 90% of Nebraskans are in opposition to the sex standards and transgender ideology. That is a fact. That number isn't biased, racist, or hateful. That data is from across the state and across the districts. Ironically, but accurately, the data analysis multiple times refers to the group in support of the sex standards as a small subset or a small minority. I am attaching some of the data in this letter. It cannot be ignored. You have the data, you just refuse to acknowledge it. Educated parents, grandparents, professionals, and citizens have shown up. We've submitted surveys, public comment, and waited patiently while you tell us to trust the process. At this point, we know the process has been manipulated from the beginning and cannot, under any circumstance, be trusted. Don't postpone the standards, scrap them, and scrap the board. Thank you.
Deborah McKnight. Welcome, Deborah.
Thank you. My name is Deborah McKnight. I am a United Methodist clergywoman. I have a master's in divinity from SMU and a master's in education from Doane. I'm here to name my wholehearted support for the original standards. I believe proactive, age-appropriate, research-based standards are essential to the health and well-being of young people in my congregation and beyond, including my own daughter, who goes to public school in Omaha. I have listened to many of these meetings. I have watched people quote from items they couldn't name the source. I have watched hostile behaviors. I have witnessed fear-mongering outside of this room. I have heard about abominations, Christian values, and Sodom and Gomorrah. As a United Methodist clergywoman, I want to be clear that these voices that speak for Christianity do not speak for the entirety of Christianity. They are based in nostalgia more than in proper biblical scholarship. Our young people deserve proactive sex education so that they can be healthy, so that they can know who they are, so that they can understand consent and value their identity and their worth from the very start. In my years of work, I have been entrusted with the stories of hurt and harm. And among them is the story again and again that when young people do not see themselves in the story, they think something is wrong with them. They do not think, oh, this culture is heteronormative and biased against me. And they spend years unpacking that trauma. I have witnessed brave young people share who they are, and with courage in a hostile space. It is time for adults with reason, education, and care to do what is brave.
Time. Thank you, Deborah. Stacy Bleicher. Welcome, Stacy.
Thank you.
My name is Stacy Blaker. I'm a pediatrician. I currently live in Eagle, but have practiced in Lincoln, and am currently the medical director of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Child Advocacy Center. I am speaking with support of many members of the Nebraska Alliance of CACs. We definitely have concerns about not having children uniformly instructed with anatomically correct names for their body parts. And we see that at our centers because there are children that cannot even verbalize things that have happened to them when they've been abused. And abuse happens frequently. The numbers by the younger speaker that talked about probably 1 in 3 girls is sexually assaulted sometime in their lifetime, and 1 in 4 boys have become nationally recognized as reliable numbers. And yet we have a generation of kids that, when I started in practice 37 years ago, I always talked with families about using anatomically correct terminology, and I can't educate all the kids in the city about those things. But we're finding even now, I'll see a 12-year-old that has no idea of the names of her body parts, has a very difficult time explaining something that may have happened to her. And until we can give children a normal idea of what their normal parts are, they're not evil or sinful, they just have names. I do not feel that naming things sexualizes children, but it gives them the vocabulary they need to be able to tell us what has happened that might not be appropriate. And these are large numbers of kids. I hope with the postponement here that this is dealt with again very promptly. It's a bigger problem now with the pandemic.
Maureen, I have a question.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
Hello. I think I know the answer, but I would ask, you said that you represent a CAC. Can you tell us what that acronym is and what it does?
Yes, we have a network of child advocacy centers across Nebraska, and we tend to interact in terms of educating each other. Some of the centers have just forensic interviewers. Many have sexual assault nurses or physicians that do exams on the kids. In the development of these, and the Lincoln CAC began in 1997, this was to limit the number of interviews that kids had, being interviewed by people that are appropriately trained in age-appropriate interviews, and then to have medical assessments when appropriate to help identify, usually because our kids' disclosures are very delayed, that their body is okay, and help them move on the process of healing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Stacy. Bria Gilmore? Welcome, Bria.
Hello. My name is Bria Gilmore, and I'm a junior at UNO. Last meeting, I came to you with my story and knowledge about how sex education correlates to sexual assault prevention. Many others shared their own personal stories and unfortunately were met with unprovoked hostility. To that, may I pose a question? What students are we fighting for? I've listened to testimonies on both sides, and the wording in both have striking similarities. We're all speaking to defend the betterment and protection of our students, which brings me back to the aforementioned question. What students are we fighting for? The heterosexual Caucasian ones? Or do we care about the well-being of all humanity? Students of different backgrounds, socioeconomic status, and sexual orientation. That answer's up to the individual, I guess. But for a decision as important as sex education, which encompasses teaching about who we are, how to navigate relationships safely, how to respect and be knowledgeable about ourselves and others different than us, how can we lean towards a viewpoint that excludes so many people, so many students, so many children? When the opposition says protect our children, it feels like the white and straight is silent. Am I a student? Once a child? I needed accurate information on how to prevent the worst from happening if the worst may happen. I did not have that. Do I not count in the students you're trying to protect? I think the answer is clear. I appreciate everything the board is doing. I know as a woman of color, it's so hard to speak up for what is right. Thank you, thank you, thank you all, but we need to do better.
Thank you, Bria. Monica Meyer. Monica, welcome, Monica.
Thank you. Good almost afternoon. My name is Monica Meyer. My pronouns are she, ella. I'm a parent, I'm a clinical social worker, and the clinical director for Heartland Family Service here in Omaha. I'm here today to share with you the reality that young people face in schools. They are shamed for expressing themselves, they are bullied for their identities, and they experience microaggressions that pile on day after day to the detriment of their mental health. This type of bullying and harassment at school leads to an increased rate of suicide attempts, especially in the LGBTQIA2S population. Through the work that my organization does and the work that I do, I know just how much of an impact a school environment can have on a young person. Inclusive and comprehensive health education that honors everyone's identity and allows people to show up authentically at school makes school environments safer. Additionally, having caring adults, plural, who see them and accept them as they are can drastically change a young person's experience at school. What decision you all make regarding access to health education and the promptness of that decision decides if that impact will be a positive one or if it will continue to contribute negatively to the young people's lives. So now is not the time to delay. Young people in our communities need inclusive and comprehensive health education right now because it will save their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Morgan Ryan. Welcome, Morgan.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Ryan, and I am a high school student from Omaha. I want to start by saying that I hope that the Equity Committee will be included in this work in the future because I deserve to have my representative involved in this process. I was troubled to hear that this isn't the right time for health education. We're in a pandemic that requires people to know that basic disease prevention, so now isn't the right time for health education? Really? A sexual violence epidemic is in the state's colleges, and it's obvious, so if now isn't the right time to teach sex ed rooted in consent culture, then when is? There are sexually active students in every one of your districts. Some people would like you to bury your heads in the sand and ignore that fact, but that is unacceptable. My generation deserves more than that. While it would obviously be ideal for every Nebraska child to have a trusted adult that they could talk to at home about these topics, that's just not the case for everybody. When young people don't have trusted parents or teachers to turn to, you leave them with no other option but to seek out more problematic sources like their friends, porn, and social media. Most of you make your decisions with your political future in mind. That's understandable. I think it's important to remember that my generation is entering the voting electorate in droves as we speak, and we want representatives that are willing to fight for us, even when it's hard. We will not forget this issue, and we will see you at the voting booth. Our lives are more important than your careers or their hate. We are telling you what we need. Virtually every young person that has come to these meetings over months has been pro-sex education. There's a reason for that. Nobody knows what is better for us than us. Thank you. Oh, and I am very, very proud to have Mrs. Neary as my representative for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Jesse Hitchlands. Welcome, Jesse.
Good morning, members of the school board of Nebraska. My name is Dr. Jessie Hitchens, and I use she, her pronouns. I am a higher education administrator at the University of Nebraska at Omaha and University of Nebraska Medical Center. The views I am sharing today are my own and do not necessarily represent the views of University of Nebraska at Omaha or University of Nebraska Medical Center. In my 7th year, I am the founding director of the Gender and Sexuality Resource Center that serves victims and survivors of sexual violence through confidential victim advocacy, and the center provides support for queer and trans students. I am a state certified victim and survivor advocate, and over a decade working with survivors of sexual assault, dating, domestic violence, and stalking. I am a foster parent of a teenager in the OPS school district, and I know as a scholar that not having comprehensive sex education has both macro consequences, which terrifies me on the micro level as a parent. Let me put the micro societal costs into perspective. If we do not include this into our standards, each time someone is raped, the societal cost is over $122,000. Most persons experience their first rape by the age of 18, a youth. Nearly 25 million US adults have been raped. The economic burden of not providing comprehensive sex education is $3.1 trillion. Comprehensive sex education can prevent this. Of the 25 million people who have been raped, folks who are at the margins, such as queer and trans people, are most vulnerable because we are objectified more than our average population. Sexual violence of queer and trans people are as high as 1 in 2 people. When we objectify and dehumanize someone, harming them is easier. Queer and trans youth experience higher rates of sexual violence more than the average population. When tools are not given to combat these falsehoods, the cycle continues. Education is a tool to intervene. Comprehensive sex education can prevent this. Queer and trans youth are not currently seen in the sex education standards for the state, and you have the power to literally save lives.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Roberta Wilhelm. Roberta Wilhelm. Welcome, Roberta.
Roberta Wilhelm from Omaha. I've been the director of Girls Inc. of Omaha for 18 years, and I've learned that the girls don't wait for us to raise funds, build buildings, or design curriculum. They don't wait for pandemics. They grow up and grow on without us if we don't keep up. Every day, even during COVID, bodies and hormones continue to change. Girls have first periods. Relationships, both healthy and unhealthy, develop. Kids will bully and be bullied. They will experience depression and anxiety, and for some, suicidal ideation. There will be unplanned pregnancies and STDs. Comprehensive sex ed at Girls Inc. is not just about pregnancy prevention, but choosing healthy sexuality, understanding healthy relationships, and cultivating personal potential. It has resulted in girls choosing to become sexually active at a lower rate than do teens in our state overall. And if they do choose to become sexually active, their rate of using protection is higher than that of other teens in our state. Comprehensive sex ed helps our girls develop a sense of identity, agency, and belonging, critical social and emotional skills. I am here today to advocate for that same access to comprehensive sex ed for all Nebraska youth, creating a safe, healthy environment for our youth and giving them the information they need to make healthy choices now and not when it may be too late, demands that we as grown-ups don't kick this comprehensive sex ed can down the road. Time and body clocks are ticking. Our young people need us now. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Rob Clements. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you, President Nichols, Commissioner Bloomstead, and the board members. I am Rob Clements of Elmwood. I'm the state senator for District 2 in Cass, Sarpy, and Otoe counties, 41,600 citizens. I've had dozens of emails and phone calls opposing the proposed sex ed standards. My constituents do not want these standards. I signed the letter 30 senators sent you opposing draft number 1. My colleague, Senator Lowe, will read the letter we sent yesterday on draft number 2, requesting you to indefinitely postpone the proposal. We believe parents and local school boards should decide what to teach their children. I urge you to delete the sex education portion of the health standards. I will support legislation to prevent graphic sexual content from being taught in Nebraska schools. I urge you to respect the wishes of the vast majority of Nebraskans. Thank you.
Thank you. John Lowe. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for serving. Being in an elected position is tough. Elections are tough to go through, as we all find out. My name is John Lowe, and I'm a state senator from Kearney. I'm representing the 27 senators that signed the letter, which I'm about to read. Dear Commissioner Bloomstead and the members of the State Board of Education, Nebraska is now in the 7th month of debate regarding the proposed education content in the Nebraska Department of Education Health Education Standards. Parents and over 50 school districts have loudly and clearly expressed their conviction that the material related to sex, sexuality, and critical race theory not be included. These voices are echoed by many Nebraska legislators who, over the years, have constantly rejected the imposition of ideological sexuality content into the statewide education standards. Continued efforts to include comprehensive sex education and critical race theory material in the statewide standards further diminishes any remaining trust Nebraskans have in the Nebraska Department of Education. The health standards process has occurred during a pandemic that is placing the spotlight on student health, mental and physical, widening the achievement gaps of Nebraska's most at-risk children, accelerating the teacher shortage crisis, and burdening overwhelmed families. Yet again, the Nebraska Department of Education continues to force the state into a divisive ideological debate. It is time to address the critical issues in the education which the pandemic has forced upon us. We call upon the Department of Education.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tia Manning. Tia. Welcome, Tia.
Hello. My name is Tia Manning, and I'm the Prison Rape Elimination Act Advocacy Coordinator for Nebraska Coalition, and I'm also a licensed mental health therapist. Also the most honoring job that I have, job in quotes, I'm a mother to 2 children that attend Bellevue Public Schools. Thank you, Nebraska Board of Education and Commissioner, for the opportunity to express feedback regarding the Nebraska Department of Education health standards. I'm very disheartened to hear that your vote to postpone today. We at the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence know it is possible to prevent violence in our communities and to live in a world free of violence, but we need help getting there. You are the decision makers in validating the lives and experiences of 67,000 Nebraskans who identify as LGBTQ+, who are our neighbors and our classmates. These individuals are currently unacknowledged in the proposed health standards, and delaying adoption of the standards further dismisses their health and well-being. The second draft of the Nebraska Department of Education health standards doesn't go far enough, and we ask the department to revise these standards to ensure that they are comprehensive, inclusive, and provide evidence-based violence prevention for all in our community. Young people have a stable sense of their gender identity by age 3. They have an understanding of restrictive stereotypical gender norms by age 5. It is vital for sexual violence prevention curricula to include inclusive language so it is relevant to all young people, regardless of their gender identity. If young people do not see themselves in sexual violence prevention material we're sharing in our schools, they believe it doesn't apply to them and they miss critical information. I believe I'm coming to a close, and my colleague Chelsea, who's next, will be finishing our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Chelsea Egenberger. Welcome, Chelsea.
Thank you. I'm Chelsea Egenberger, and I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska, and I'm a former student of Patsy Kojon's. I'm here representing the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, where we know it's possible to live in a world free of violence, and we do need help getting there.
While the YRBS does not capture data on transgender or non-binary students, which again negates that these identities, the national data does tell us that students are increased risk for sexual violence. The need for inclusive curriculum is clear, given the research that suggests that half of transgender people and bisexual women will experience sexual violence at some point in their lifetimes, and this is preventable. Lesbian, gay, and bisexual students in Nebraska were more likely to be bullied online and bullied on school grounds, and they were more likely to report feeling sad or hopeless, and they were more likely to have seriously considered attempting suicide. Nebraska's lesbian, gay, and bisexual students were nearly 4 times more likely to attempt suicide compared to their heterosexual peers. And this is literally life and death. These standards impact all of us because violence impacts all of us. Our communities always experience the impact of violence, and we must do better. Violence in all its forms is preventable, but we must act in light of what we know. Evidence-informed, inclusive curriculum can save lives, but we need leaders like you to take the step in setting the precedent that educating our youth about these topics will support healthier individuals and communities. Any delay in providing vital health and safety information to Nebraska students will contribute to further violence. The Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence calls on the Nebraska Department of Education and the board to draft and adopt evidence-based, comprehensive, and inclusive health standards as a step forward in creating a violence-free world. We look forward to creating that world with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Josie Hayco. Welcome, Josie.
Hello, my name is Josie, and I'm a Creighton student from Omaha. What young people everywhere want is scientifically accurate and age-appropriate comprehensive health education. This includes the topics of gender, gender identity, and sexuality. It is pertinent for the future of Nebraska's youth that they are properly and wholly educated on such topics to ensure safety in all facets of their life. According to Stanger, Hall & Hall, 2011 states that taught comprehensive sex and/or HIV education and covered abstinence along with contraception and condom use tended to have the lowest teen pregnancy rates. They also state that the Society for Adolescent Medicine agrees the abstinence-only approach is characterized by the withholding of information and is ethically flawed. Lost my spot. Additionally, Cannon and Jiskowski, 2016, published in the Journal of Sexuality Research and Social Policy, found that an overwhelming majority of the 560 U.S. college students surveyed endorsed most topics to be taught at some point in the K through 12th grades. 99.3% endorsed puberty as a health education topic, 99.3% endorsed building equal and healthy relationships, 98.9% endorsed the prevention of STD and AIDS, and 81.2% endorsed sexual orientation. Clearly, college students wanted to be taught these things when they were in grade school, which means that there are certain students currently in K through 12th grades that want to be properly educated. There are times when kids don't feel comfortable going to their parents about certain things. I was one of those kids. I didn't feel comfortable going to my own mother about my period, so I hid it for 6 months. After I first got it. Comprehensive health education, such as that in the first set of the proposed standards, will help normalize more of the socially taboo topics like menstruation and sex. I wish that I had better health education than watching Degrassi Junior High on YouTube for every human growth class I had in middle school, which is why I'm here advocating for current students in hopes that they actually learn things that they need to be healthy adults. Because everyone at some point in their lives will need the information that can be found within the standards. Even if they don't use it until after they're married, they will still need the information. I would also like to add that it is kind of embarrassing the way that the people behind me are acting and talking about those speaking. I would just like to address that and say that I'm sorry that you cannot act like adults. Thank you.
Time. Thank you. Thank you, Josie. Gwen Easter. Gwen Easter. Welcome, Gwen.
Hello. I'm Gwen Easter. I live in Omaha. I'm appointed by Governor Ricketts to the Early Childhood Interagency Coordinating Council and to the African American Commission. I'm not here on behalf of these councils or commissions. I'm here to ask you all to stop the health standards. It's very clear that the school system are pushing wealthy nonprofit organizations' agenda on our children. It is very clear that parents have said they want to have the right to teach their own children about sex, and there are families who kids who may not have parents at home to teach their children, but it's still not your place to push LGBT, transgender issues upon our children. I lost my train of thought, but I'm gonna get there. To push these issues upon children, sexualizing our kids. We need to, first of all, acknowledge God, acknowledge Christ Jesus. He died for all of our sins. He will forgive all of us for our sins, but we need to tell kids and adults the truth. Fornication, adultery, homosexuality is an abomination to God. And before I gave my life to Christ, I did my own thing, okay? I fornicated. I realized what that was. I understood it, and I got an understanding of it. And we need to encourage our young people to cherish their bodies, keep their bodies for one man in marriage or one woman, okay? Because God made it for man and woman to get married.
Time.
Not the other way.
Thank you. Marnie Hodgkin? Hodgen. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Marnie Hodgen. Interns with the Adolescent Health Project presented survey data at the last meeting. The data alludes to large gender and racial gaps when respondents were asked to rate their confidence on their knowledge of sex ed topics. Aside from subjective measurement by rating one's confidence, the biggest problem with the survey is sample size. Only 204 youth were surveyed, and of those, 21 were interviewed. The sample size is far too small and not an accurate representation. There's no clarification of how the 21 of the 204 were selected, leaving room for selection bias. Also, the AHP is an initiative of the Women's Fund of Omaha, who employs Lisa Schultz, who happens to be on the Health Standards Advisory Committee. Along with not being credible, the survey faces ethical scrutiny for conflict of interest. The board could never explain to us how the writers or advisors were chosen, but thanks to FOIA, we have a better idea. In a 2019 email, Deb Neary writes to Ryan Four, I want to make sure that Lisa Schultz is selected to help write the NDE health standards. Please let me know what I need to do to make sure she is selected. How's that for having no input, Deb? When speaking on applicant selection, Lacey Peters writes, we did not ask demographic background information on the application. That research I did on my own when inviting people to apply. That way, they didn't feel they were chosen solely on their race, culture, sexuality, etc. And when inquiring about Abby Swatsworth, she asks, is she knowledgeable about health or health education as well? Which isn't pertinent, but it would be a plus. The board was profiling and soliciting applicants based off of race, culture, and sexuality. So, to the writers and advisors, sadly, it's not about your work experience or the content of your character. You were picked because of the color of your skin and who you sleep with. This is what looking through the equity lens looks like, and it's ugly. We have asked the board to stay in their lane when it comes to knowing what's best for our children, but today I say it's time for the board to get off the road. Scrap the standards.
Thank you.
Abolish
Thank
the
you.
NDE.
Thank you, Marnie. Dorothy Renter. Welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you. I'm Dorothy Renner from Creighton, Nebraska. I raised 4 kids on my own while earning a bachelor's degree in education. I'm a former teacher and currently a small business owner in Norfolk and Creighton. I homeschool one of my 7 grandchildren. I'm a commissioner on the board of Creighton Housing Authority, serve on the board for Beginnings Pregnancy Center in O'Neill. I'm a treasurer for 2 different organizations. I teach Sunday school weekly, and in my spare time I come to local and state school board meetings. Today we reconvene. It's a new month and a new school year. And I commend the dedicated teachers we have throughout this state, teachers who love and serve their students with late nights and endless hours of preparation and so much more. The responsibility of this board is to support those teachers, not to make their jobs more difficult or complicated. Sadly, the health standards have been divisive. Criticizing concerned parents is not the way forward. Advocating for the health of your child and other children is what a parent does best. Advocating for activists, agendas, and prescribed narratives is too often what politicians and the media do best. Please, let's be clear. It's extremist to mutilate minors' genitals with irreversible damage. It's extremist and abusive to push hormone treatments to children when their frontal lobe and reasoning skills are still developing. How are they to understand that such a decision will likely sterilize them for the rest of their lives? It's radical to show elementary students the equivalent of pornography on school grounds. It's racist to elevate any skin tone above another or any human being above another for any reason. Friends, present and those listening online, please know this. No matter our stance on these standards, we are not enemies. But we do have a common enemy which manifests as deception and corruption, the kind that would use our children as political pawns to accomplish personal political objectives. Parents and grandparents, please continue to advocate for your children.
Time. Thank you, Dorothy. At this time, we have completed the 16. At this time, I am going to allow the board to take a 45-minute lunch break. Teddy Blatlock, Melissa Worth, Brenda Fortner, Jennifer Hicks, Marilyn Rickley, Kelly Dennings, Jen Boswell, Kirby Wilson. Please come forward. Dee Elder. Welcome, Dee.
My name's Dee Elder, and I'm from Omaha.
Can you speak closer?
Am I better?
There you are.
Too close? Anyway, my name's Dee Elder, and I'm from Omaha, and today I'd like to read some excerpts from an email exchange that took place during August of 2020 between Lacey Peters, physical ed and health education specialist, Chris Junker, HIV sexual health education specialist, and Jeremy Eckler, Associate Director of Educational Policy for the Nebraska Catholic Conference. The email was from Jeremy to Lacey and Chris, and I quote, "Previously, I was a teacher and coach in Nebraska and Chicago at the high school and college levels. I recently ended my time as PK through 8th grade principal. I see that you're in the process of working on updates to your standards that will roll out in the fall of 2021. I'd like to talk about that process and see if we can be of any assistance in this or other areas." The next correspondence was between Lacey and Chris, and I quote, this is from Lacey. Corey said if we want him there, he is willing to emphasize the procedures and the process. Chris, Jeremy is coming on pretty strong. Chris adds a sad face emoji. Corey should probably join the conversation because he understands why people ask the questions they do. Like you've already mentioned, organizations want to know what specifics about the process. Now I'm curious, why is that important to them? Lacey, I really think they want to advocate for abstinence-only education, as well as gender identity, sexual orientation, etc. The public has pointed out, that was end of quote. The public has pointed out the lack of balanced representation on the writing and advisory teams. This email thread helps us to understand why the Nebraska Catholic Conference was never invited to initially participate in the writing or advising process. The NDE did not want a balanced approach. Yes, Mr. Eckler was being proactive in his effort to be involved. To appease him, they offered him the feedback.
Time. Thank you, Dee.
Sure.
I have a question.
Yes, Jacqueline.
The last part of your statement, I was trying to listen because you would
Shaking?
say, no, sorry. You would say when there was a quote, end quote. I couldn't tell if the last part of your statement you were reading an email that was quoted or if you were making your own statement.
No, it was an email that was quoted.
What was the
The first part was from Jeremy, and it was his response to Chris and Lacey, what he said. And then the next two quotes were between Lacey and Chris, not with Jeremy.
So about the last 3 lines that you read, where was that coming from?
From the emails between Lacey and Chris.
Okay. And what was the date of that?
I'm sorry?
The dates of that email.
I can get those for you. I left them in my folder. I believe it's August 24th of 2020,
Okay.
a year ago.
Thank you.
You bet.
Wendy Goldberg. Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you. I'm Wendy Goldberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Tri-Faith Initiative, and I'm here to remind you that something like the Tri-Faith Initiative, where we've co-located a church, a mosque, and a synagogue, and has never happened anyplace else in the world, reminds us that celebrating difference is a value. I live in Omaha. I use she, her pronouns. Postponing health standards is irresponsible. Jewish, Christian, and Muslim traditions teach us that all people are sacred and valuable, and we support providing young people an effective health education so they have the tools and teachings to be whole, healthy, and safe. I'm inspired by Jewish values of kavod habriot, respecting individual dignity, which underscores the vital need for medically accurate health education. As faith communities, we promote justice and all people. We affirm dignity of every individual and the importance of personal responsibility and essential interdependence of all people. When young people are affirmed and have safe spaces, homes, learning environments, and faith communities, they have positive emotional well-being and can achieve academic success. Some parents are doing a fine job informing their children. Other parents and guardians do not. Schools play a constructive role in helping address this need. Schools should provide students with quality education regarding their minds, bodies, and families. Health education is most impactful when it includes information examples that are inclusive and diverse cultural and identities, including gender, race, religion, age, ability, and sexual orientation. I support open, honest, and early conversations that are age appropriate. The lack of transparency in this procedure is disgraceful. Jacqueline, you're courageous. Your voice, your vision, and your leadership is heroic.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Mackenzie Adams. Mackenzie, I think I skipped over a person. Michelle DeWitt. I apologize, Michelle.
Good afternoon. I'm Mickey Devitt, she, her pronouns. I'm the mother of 2 students in the Omaha Public Schools. The first, a sixth grade, my oldest, a 6th grader, is a traditionally gendered boy. He's cisgender, he identifies he, him. My younger, 4th grader, has identified gender creative since they were able to talk and make choices for themselves. They grow their hair out, they wear sparkly tights but Super Mario shirts. They like to play battle tops, but they also like to play elaborate games with their stuffies. Instead of trying to change them, my husband and I, knowing the research about what that does to emotional health and suicide risk, instead embraced it, educated them, giving them language, and gave them support. We tried to do the same in their schools. We created resource sheets for their educators, but we can't do it alone. Their peers don't understand the language that they use. They don't understand the experience. And so what we've experienced is a gap in knowledge of the other kids. And so I heard someone mention potty training as a health issue in the schools. My child started regressing and having wedding issues at school in kindergarten and 1st grade because we realized that they were being told by the older boys that they couldn't be in the boys' room. And the teachers were asking them to choose the pink or blue hall pass. So they were just wetting themselves. That is a health issue. That is a gender issue. We can't do this by ourselves, and even if I could do this education at home, I'm not an expert. When they're in high school, when they're dealing with sexual issues, when they're dealing with gender-affirming health issues, I want an expert helping me have those conversations and in age-appropriate ways. And I need their peers to have that same language. So thank you, and I hope these standards move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
I have a question. Madam President.
Mackenzie. Oh, question? I'm sorry.
May I ask the speaker a question?
Yes, Lisa.
Is her name Michelle?
Yes, Michelle DeWitt.
Michelle. I was just.
I apologize. My name is
No.
Michelle. I go by Mickey.
Okay, Mickey. I just wondered if the sheet that you provided for the school was given, you have copies for all of us?
Yes, it's attached to my written testimony.
Okay, that was the clarity I needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Mackenzie. Welcome, Mackenzie.
Hello. My name is Mackenzie. I was a student in Nebraska Public Schools for the entirety of my K through 12 education. During my time in health classes, the focus was on the negative consequences of sex. We spent most of our time being shown graphic images of STIs and being told that having sex before marriage would taint us. Despite all of this, myself and many of my peers began having sex in high school, just like 57% of Nebraska high schoolers. The consequences myself and my peers faced due to this inadequate education were irreparable. Myself and many people I knew were coerced into having sex when we did not want to. Several girls ended up pregnant before graduation. Countless people refused to get tested for STIs because their genitals didn't look like the horrifying images we were shown in health class. Effective science-based health education actually delays teens' first sexual encounters. A big part of this is encouraging students to wait until they are ready to engage in these activities. However, learning about what healthy relationships look like and how to ask for and give consent also contribute to that delay. Then, when and if they make the decision to have sex, we want students to be prepared to protect themselves and their partners from unintended pregnancies and STIs. This same science-based education needs to be extended to our LGBTQ students as well. By including information about sexual orientation and gender identity, we create inclusive and safe environments for all students. Health education is not all about sex education. It also includes bullying, sexual violence, and suicide prevention. 17.7% of Nebraska high schoolers have seriously contemplated suicide. Of those, 60% identified as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or questioning. LGBTQ youth who report having at least one accepting adult were 40% less likely to report a suicide attempt. Creating inclusive environments in our schools could literally save the lives of our LGBTQ youth. It could save them from traumatic life events as well. 38.2% of LGBTQ students experience sexual violence compared to 9.7% of heterosexual students. It is heartbreaking to know that this decision will be delayed indefinitely when so many lives could be positively impacted by inclusive, age-appropriate, science-based health education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you. Amanda Ristine. Welcome, Amanda.
I am Amanda Ristine from Gothenburg, Nebraska. I was in attendance during the May, June, and August State Board meetings strongly opposing adopting any Nebraska health standards. During last month's State Board of Education meeting, in the weeks after, many of us have been shocked and truly saddened by the heretic and misrepresentations, from Senator Hunt's truly hateful, bigoted speech towards community members, surprisingly assuming and attacking the faith background of those in attendance, and the comments that opponents had been bussed in, bought, and paid for. That bus had concerned citizens, parents, and grandparents who sacrificed, paid their way, who took off work that day and wanted to have support in their hour's drive to Lincoln. And then there was board member Co Johns praised how well prepared the youth were who spoke in support of the standards. She even went as far to say that they had done more research than the board members, which is a shocking admission. Never mind the study that many of their testimonies were based around had a sample size of 204, from which they interviewed 21 people. That is an incredibly small sample size. For some reason, these youth, with their research, were elevated above all others who presented factual, scientific, and research-based information. That double standard is disturbing for multiple reasons. In reflecting back in August board meeting, board members stated multiple times that children are asking for inclusive sex education and we need to listen to them. As a mother, I take requests all day long from my kids. My 7-year-old would like to stay up late on school nights. Do I listen to him and let him do as he pleased? Or do I be the parent and say no? Children need boundaries, guidance, and told no because they're children with underdeveloped brains. There are incredible citizens across the state preparing to be true public servants on the State Board of Education. They will be taking your positions. You will be replaced by representatives willing to stand for perennial rights and true academic excellence in core subjects.
Amanda.
Thank you.
There's a question. Amanda? Amanda? Ms. Co-Johns has a question for you.
I just wanted to clarify something. I think that
my statement, Amanda, in behalf of my fellow board members, because I can make mistakes, but I think what I said was adults in the room, better prepared than some of the adults.
Okay, thank you.
Diane Keenan. Welcome, Diane.
My name is Diane Canan, and I am from Gothenburg, Nebraska. I am an RN and have held an active nursing license in this state for 54 years. I'm a sister, a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and recently a great-grandmother. Therefore, I feel that I have a vested interest in what takes place here. Wow. By now, we have all heard the process for developing the health sex education standards were manipulated from the very beginning, with key activists intentionally inserted as subject matter experts. We know that many standards were copied directly from the national sex education standards written by activists like SECUS, Advocates for Youth, and Planned Parenthood. We know that members of this board were aware of this, as well as Nebraska Department of Education staff. Now that we know all of this, what's going to happen next, and who will be accountable? The NDE is organized such that the state board education members oversee the education department. The commissioner subsequently oversees the commissioner's cabinets, which includes the NDE staff. This manipulation occurred under the leadership of this state board and this commissioner. I am asking for resignations and terminations that must follow. Parents, grandparents, and all stakeholders deserve better. They deserve board members and a commissioner who will focus on the educational objectives outlined by the legislature. Let's make Nebraska students the top in the nation when it comes to reading, writing, science, and math while preparing our children for their future, not gender-confused individuals who don't have enough math skills to even count back money or balance a checkbook. They deserve a school system that promotes the value of every single person, regardless of sex, race, or any other factor. They deserve an education with concrete facts, not confusion or political and social ideologies. A truly safe place for all of our children. Parents, don't stop engaging for your children. And board members, the Nebraska schools are on fire, and it happened on your watch.
Thank you. Jessica? Jessica? Welcome, Jessica.
My name is Jessica Vanderkoy. My professional experience over the last 20 years is in relationships. I'm a clinician, a social worker, an adjunct faculty member, and the mother of 5 children. Relationships are powerful. They're where we experience trauma, but they are also needed for healing. Relationships are vital to mental and emotional well-being, and well people nurture well communities. The Relationship Bill of Rights, which has been provided to you and is embraced by religious, mental health, and advocacy organizations, is a tool I use and an outcome every parent wishes for their child. A child who has the social and emotional well-being and language to know, I have the right to feel good about myself, I have the right to change my mind, I have the right to be respected if I want to end a relationship. Young people knowing these rights and having the skills to execute these rights is actually what reduces unplanned pregnancy, sexual assault, dropout rates, violence, and STIs. Social and emotional well-being is built in social and emotional learning, a progressive milestone from infancy to adulthood, just like mental and physical milestones. We roll over before we crawl. We learn subtraction before division. My emotions are validated before I can notice the emotions of others. Before I can just say no, I need to learn that my body, my existence, my identity matters, and I have the right to say no. When you validate my existence by including me in your curriculum language, I know I'm important. When I'm included, I feel like I belong. And when I feel like I belong, I can manage hard emotions, I can ask for help, and that is life-saving. The decision to exclude language that affirms and validates LGBTQIA youth leaves some children in all classrooms without the social and emotional building blocks necessary for social and emotional well-being. The vote to delay today exposes your discomfort and conflict between your own personal values and who should be seen when providing a curriculum that ensures all children have the building blocks necessary for healthy relationships. Ms. Fricke mentioned how hard this work is. It is hard. And you know what else is hard? Is that we have elected officials that are being influenced by a long-term tradition, 400-year-long tradition of using the Bible to influence public policy and public decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Teddy Blakelock? Teddy? Welcome, Teddy.
Sorry, earrings. Today, I'm talking about the forgotten and neglected populations. In my public health policy course, we discussed a bill circulating in the Nebraska State Legislature concerning hearing aid insurance coverage back in 2019. Insurance companies like to consider hearing aids cosmetic. I bring this to your attention because according to a DHHS study from 2017, only 52 newborns were born deaf or hard of hearing in Nebraska. Hearing aids can cost between $2,000 and $6,000. The Nebraska legislature made clear that even though only 52 were born with this condition, their health and well-being is no less important than anyone else's. I hope you can see my point when I draw a connection between this and the scrap gender identity and the sexual health or sexual orientation concepts in the health standards. Regardless of whether or not you identify within the LGBTQ+ community, it is extremely important for people to learn about cultures and communities outside of our own. In my field of study, we have a concept called cultural humility. In short, cultural humility means learning about people's culture outside of our own is a lifelong process. It means there will never be a point in my life where I'll stop learning about other people's cultures. Early on, its inclusive health education should be start of kids' lifelong learning process of understanding cultures outside of our own. Why should we withhold the information about cultures that may belong to their peers? Bullying can stem from lack of understanding, a lack of empathy, and perceiving others as different. We need to educate our students that being a part of these communities does not make us any less human. Being gay does not mean you should be treated any different than an individual who is straight. Being two-spirit doesn't mean you should be treated any different than a cisgender person. I'm sure if we adopted these standards that the crowd would know what two-spirit means, which is an identity specific to Indigenous folks. How is it fair to withhold information from the youth of my community just because of the pushback of
Teddy.
the people?
Thank you so much. Melissa Worth. Welcome, Melissa.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Worth from Omaha. I'm a former teacher, parent, and the executive director of Omaha Girls Rock, a local organization focused on empowering youth through music education. At Omaha Girls Rock, we prioritize creating safe and affirming spaces for young people so they are able to express their authentic selves. Collaboration through music encourages our students to grow into stronger, more valuable community members who reflect our values of individuality, integrity, and respect. The impacts of comprehensive and inclusive sex education are parallel to the work we do through music education. Many of the young people we serve identify as queer. They're looking for a creative outlet and a place to find themselves. In addition, in our 10 years working with young people, one aspect of our programming that is immensely clear is that it is the positive relationships with adults, which help to develop confidence, self-reliance, and original thinking. Right now, in this moment, you all have the opportunity to center inclusion, to help young people find where they belong and give them the information they need provided by trusted adults. This information about their health and well-being could save their lives. I truly believe that without this education, lives will be lost. My hope is that the State Board of Education as the State Board of Education, you will do everything in your power to ensure every student feels safe in their schools to thrive and grow. I am up here today urging you to hear the voices of the students who have stood up before me and will continue to do so after me. They are the courageous ones, with a simple request to provide them the information they seek. Please hear them and do what is in their best interest. Don't make your decisions based on the loudest voices in the room, but base it on doing the right thing for those you are impacting, our students. And don't delay in getting them the information they need right now. Please do not delay this decision to keep accurate, life-saving information from our young people. Our children need trusted adults to show up for them, and this is your opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Fortner. Hi, Brenda.
I'm sorry, I think my name was skipped. I'm 56. Julie Lubisi.
Oh.
It's a card. I didn't give you guys a printout.
Oh, is it just the separate card?
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, Julie, I am so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm glad you stepped up to the plate. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I'm Julie Lubisi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. I am a mama of an OPS 5th grader and a public health professional in human trafficking prevention. I am wholeheartedly concerned that you are postponing these standards. Children like my daughter deserve better. They deserve for us adults to have political courage. They deserve age-appropriate, medically accurate, trauma-informed health education, whether it's at home, in the schools, or a combination of both. The unfortunate truth is that we cannot rely solely on the notion that all families will in fact provide that education. Plus, we are operating from an assumption that all children have safe homes with parents that are willing and able to have conversations around the topics outlined in version 1 of the standards. Looking at data from the annual Kids Count report, you will find staggering numbers of children coming in and out of the foster care system and experiencing multiple placements. This data points to the traumatic disruption that can impact children and their ability to receive age-appropriate, medically accurate, trauma-informed health education within their homes. These children do not have equal access to the very information that will keep them safe, healthy, and thriving. Again, looking at data, you might know that the LGBTQ+ youth are 7.4 times more likely to experience sexual violence than their counterparts. Yet the new version fails to give voice to their experience. Why? What are we afraid of? Is the fear of youth knowing about gender orientation and sexual orientation greater than protecting all youth by providing access to age-appropriate, medically accurate, trauma-informed health education? Please do not give up in this process. All these children deserve better. And thank you, Jacqueline, for your courage today.
Thank you, Julie. Brenda Fortner. Welcome, Brenda.
My name is Brenda Fortner. I'm from North Platte, Nebraska. I gave you guys a bunch of emails that were Deborah's and a speech that was prepared, and I'm scrapping that. I've sat and I've listened, and I just want to let you guys know that yesterday an initiative was turned in to replace the State Board of Education. The citizens of Nebraska are our second House of Legislature, and as such, this board will find out the true data. Nebraska's wishes, this initiative will replace each of you with a smaller Office of Education, which will be held to account by the governor and our unicameral. I have heard the youth that spoke today, and I have seen now firsthand what CRT and CSE does to our youth. The issue of rape and sexual and physical abuse are not for our schools to deal with, but rather the citizens of Nebraska and the laws that establish the sentencings of these crimes. I'm so disappointed in you guys. And you, listening to your emails, you're so crass and blatant about how each one of these citizens and our opinions mean nothing to you as you sit there and shake your head that I'm correct. I've sat there and watched you on your computer as concerned people are pouring their hearts out and their concerns, and you just dismiss us. You all dismiss us. You should be ashamed of yourself. From Gothenburg? Really? You should be the most conservative one out here, and look at you. Oh, you guys should be ashamed.
Jennifer Hicks. Jennifer Hicks. Jennifer Hicks. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. My name's Jennifer Hicks. I live in Peru, Nebraska, and I'm here as part of Michael Connolly's Restore the Good Life. And the only statement I'll make for him today is that he strongly opposes these health standards, and the rest of the comments that I'll give today are my own. What I would like to say is I'd like to give some perspective. I don't really want to talk to you people. I want to talk to the people behind me, because what Brenda just said is true. We see already what CSE and CRT has done. We're not fighting to keep it out of our schools. It is already here. I was a teacher more than 20 years ago. I was teaching English composition classes where we didn't use he and she because we were instructed to replace it with they. That was over 20 years ago. These kids who are hurting and say that they need this education are the product of that. And they're still damaged. Okay? So I'm not appealing to you because, like she said, you're not listening. So I want to talk to these people behind me and say, we have to accept our blame and our part in this happening. Like I said, 20 years or more ago. This happened on our watch, okay? We have some responsibility, and we need to get up, and we need to get active, and we need to get loud, okay? Because we cannot be silent, and if you're not involved, you need to get involved. If you don't know how to get involved, find me. I will help you. But this is unacceptable, okay? And we said the pledge. You know what we didn't have is a prayer. So I'm just going to give the rest of my time to God. And if you believe in a higher power than yourself, you take a moment and listen. Stop talking and just listen.
Time. Thank you. Marilyn? Marilyn Rickley? Marilyn Rickley?
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name is Marilyn Rickley, and I'm a retired Omaha Public School nurse from South High. Woo! All right, not there many people here. I guess the misnomer that I think some of you have is that there is education, there is health education going on in every school. This isn't a new concept. The new concept is how much you're adding. And so I've taught human growth and development for years. I was in the senior high where we had every kind of class available. We had clubs available. We had everything available. So I think the idea of something brand new, the only thing that's brand new is what we've added. And then I think when we say we're fighting health initiatives, we're not fighting health initiatives. We're fighting for what doesn't need to be in the health standards. Do I believe kids should have showers? Yes. Nutrition? Yes. We covered domestic abuse. We covered dating. We covered relationships. Security, bullying. One of my best examples that kids of this age that believe the process of transgendering. When I was at South High in 2010, a student came in freshman year, very short haircut, plaid shirt, and he said that his name was Sam, that he was a girl and he was transitioning to a boy. What could I do about it? And I said, you can use my bathroom. We took care of individual people. A standard says this size fits all. I don't think it fits all. I think each school has professional, smart people that can take care of it. The end of the story is I let this student use my restroom the entire year. We did well. We did PE that way. I know you can't do it with large numbers, but that's how we handled one-on-one. And the next year, the same student came in, long flowing hair, and said, I need a restroom pass because I'm pregnant.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Kelly Dennings. Kelly Dennings. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Kelly Dennings. My pronouns are she and her. I attended school in Elkhorn, Nebraska, kindergarten through 12th grade from 1981 to 1993. I recently came across an old copy of my 8th grade sex education course outline while cleaning out, and it was shared with you in my comments if you want to see it. According to the mimeographed sheet, and yes, I'm dating myself, the 5-hour Abstinence Plus course covered anatomy, pregnancy, contraception, and parenthood only after marriage. It included nothing about sexual orientation or gender identity. I don't remember receiving any other sex education from kindergarten through college, and 5 hours of sex education throughout one's adolescence is disgraceful and did not equip me for real life. I'm now a certified public health professional, family planning counselor, and I work at the Center for Biological Diversity on campaigns at the intersection of environmental and public health. I was shocked to learn that the proposed second round of standards excluded comprehensive sex education, a move that would harm Nebraska's youth. I have friends and family concerned about whether their kids and the kids in their community are getting sufficient sex education. I have to tell them that they are not. I implore this group to support the health and futures of Nebraskan youth by equipping them with the education, information, and skills they need to make informed decisions for themselves about sex and relationships. Everyone deserves age-appropriate, medically accurate, LGBTQ+ inclusive and culturally responsive information and answers to the questions about sex and relationships free of shame and stigma. I'm disappointed to hear that you're postponing the development of these standards. Delaying the work will have future public health consequences. Please have the courage to continue working to update these. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, comprehensive sex education has been shown to lower the risk of teen pregnancy by 50%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. Jen Boswell. Welcome, Jen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jen Boswell. I'm from Gretna. Some may call me extreme in my personal beliefs. With the word extreme in mind, let me tell you more of my extreme and hateful ideas. I love my children. I believe children should have a safe space to acquire knowledge and skills that will allow them to live a functional and productive life. Schools should be houses of learning, not political breeding grounds. I am against pornography in the living room and the classroom. I will never stand aside while my children are shown pornographic imagery at a very young age, which you all know full well to be included in the textbooks should this pass. Parents have rights, but they also have responsibilities. So do teachers, so do children, so do you. A person should be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Bullying is bad, and we each have the responsibility to stand up for others. Coddling is also bad, because at some point, kids must learn to stand up for themselves. Gender is not a choice, and biology is not swayed by feelings. Every person, regardless of their classification, is valuable and should have an equal opportunity to succeed. I could go on, but I'm not sure why I would. If these views are so extreme as to the repugnance of this board, as expressed by certain members after the last meeting, then I think the die is already cast. You see, these extreme views are held by the majority, not the vocal minority. And the very fact this board can't seem to understand that is all the reason the voters of Nebraska need to make sure we do a better job next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Kirby Wilson. Kirby Wilson.
Kirby Wilson, Kearney, Nebraska. After hearing the snide remarks towards Christians and the comments about separation of church and state from the last meeting, it's important to bring some facts. For years, I've carried a pocket-sized Constitution with the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and a $100 bill. I offer it to anyone who can show me the words separation of church and state in it. I still have the same bill. It's not in it. What it does say is Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. In a private letter written by Thomas Jefferson to the Danbury, Connecticut Baptist Church, January 1st, 1802, he used the words wall of separation of church and state, but it was used to assure them that the state had no authority to establish religion or prohibit them from exercising theirs. Thomas Jefferson was America's ambassador to France when the Constitution was written and did not arrive back in America until after the First Amendment had been framed. George Washington, president of the convention that framed the Constitution, president of the United States, who called for and oversaw the formation of the Bill of Rights, had this view of government and religion. In his famous farewell address, he declared, "Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports." And in that same address, he said, "Reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle." Gouverneur Morris, the most active member of the Constitutional Convention, said religion is the only solid basis of good morals. Therefore, education should teach the precepts of religion and the duties of man towards God. One of those precepts, 1 Corinthians 6, 9 to 10. Do you not know that the wicked will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, idolaters, adulterers, male prostitutes, homosexual offenders, thieves, the greedy drunkards, slanderers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. Your standards will have eternal consequences for our children.
The next 16 include Amy Wilson, Kelly Lepler, Carol Watson, Patrick Martin, Alyssa Martin, Matt Innes, Angie Epperspacher, Sarah Frioff, Catherine Brooks, Mary Harper, Tim Hall, Sue Rickley, Mike, I cannot read this, Mike Memper, Lauren Coop Doherty, Tina Dorr, Darren Ehrman, Amy Wilson. Welcome, Amy.
My name is Amy Wilson from Kearney. History 101, separation of church and state is not in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence. It was a private letter written by a godly man, Thomas Jefferson, and sent to a Baptist church to ensure them that the government would not make one religion or take away freedom from the public square. If we can't trust you to get your history right, how can we trust you to write health issues and standards? Yours is supposed to be the so-called experts, but there's people out here that are more educated on what's required to be taught. We know that graduating students today are failing to receive a basic education in reading, writing, math, science, social studies, which every child does need. You're not here to raise our child. I would never trust you to raise my child. I don't want any child to learn your politics, agendas, and so-called standards that are written by progressive activists. Children don't need your indoctrination or health and other stuff like equity, which is another word for CRT. All children are bullied at some time in their childhood, even us adults. Every child has questions at times. We're all confused at times. It's not your job to confuse them even more. I think it's strange that you say 10% of so-called different is the children that we need to include, but you're not willing to include the 53 school boards and superintendents that as of January 16th have made statements they don't want your so-called standards. 8% of the world still believes in a flat earth. Are we going to start teaching that crazy philosophy too, to include everyone? The standards that you're giving are political agendas and indoctrination. When the Bible was the standard that was taught, there was less violence, less STDs, pregnancies, drug use, and suicides. But once the Bible was taken out of the public schools, each one of these issues were more than double. On September 17th, it's a federal law that the Constitution be taught in our public schools. Are you going to follow that law? Because it seems like you guys need some education. I don't want any standards, and I don't trust you to write them. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Kelly Lepler. Kelly Lepler. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. Board members, staff, and fellow attendees, my name is Kelly Lepler. I'm a very concerned mother of two, residing in Grand Island, Nebraska. I'm present here today with a very mindful request that all board members and staff on the issues of CSE and CRT. I'm using my voice to rise to a higher calling and plead to all of you bearing leadership in your respective positions about what seems to be controversial issues. My children and all other persons under the age of 19 in this state are children. They're not adults, nor are considered adults by the laws of this land. They're under the care, rules, laws, and responsibilities of their parents or guardians. Even as young adults, many are still under the roofs, financial support, insurance, and care of their parents or guardians. By this factual data, these individuals are not fully capable of making decisions for themselves nor fully supporting themselves. Parents or guardians entrust their children to the care of the schools and its staff at the moment they enter the property of the school, with the understanding and presumption that those children's best interest, well-being, education, and learning are subject matter or within the realm of what the parent or guardian deems to be appropriate and imperative for their futures. CRT and CSE are both attempting to undermine parents and guardians, exposing and overexposing these youth to self-destruction, irreversible mental and possibly physical damage. Also, they are encouraging hatred, division, alienation, judgment, blame, inferiority, and promotes racism. They're impeding on religious freedom, against religious beliefs. They discourage modesty, purity, childhood, and even promiscuity, perversion, mischief, unacceptable, and insecurity. All persons are entitled to liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and inalienable rights. These children, young adults,
Time. Thank you. Carol Watson. Welcome, Carol.
Good afternoon. I am Carol Watson. I'm from Arnold, Nebraska. I bring greetings and instructions from the concerned citizens of West Central Nebraska. I am a great-grandmother of school-aged children. The education of future generations must focus on becoming good citizens, preserving the freedoms that have been bought with the highest price of one's own life for the good of those coming behind. Jesus said in the Bible, "Greater love has no man than this, than to lay down his life for his friends." That's in John 15:13. Jesus gave his life to give freedom from sin to anyone who would believe in him. And then we have Captain Nathan Hale, age 21. He lamented that he had only one life to give for his country. This brings me to my point. Are my grandchildren being taught the values of the Founding Fathers, the Declaration of Independence, and the Constitution? Your curriculum of CRT and sex education standards promote ideals of radicals, not principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. Who did you invite to that table to build such a curricula? Let's name them. Planned Parenthood, SECUS, radical activist groups. Who was not invited to your table? Nebraska Family Council, Protect Nebraska Children Coalition, Catholic and Lutheran parochial schools, or me, a baby boomer who understands what World War II and Vietnam did to strengthen the resolve of patriots to stand against any foe, foreign or domestic, from taking our freedoms. I therefore am defending and asserting my right to reject CRT and sex education standards radical change in Nebraska public education from becoming a cesspool of chaotic ideals. Thank you.
Time. Thank you, Carol. Patrick Martin. Patrick Martin. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Martin. I'm a business owner, taxpayer, and a father from Lexington. And during the last several months, the actions and statements and even silence from the members of this board reveal an incompetency to lead our state's educational system. The board has been presented with medically accurate and science-based evidence demonstrating that CSE and radical social theories are in the health, sex, education standards and are harmful to our children. But this board, its commissioner, and the NDE have persisted, and we now know that some NDE employees and board members are driven by political goals rather than a pursuit of excellence in education. I've reviewed multiple emails between Ms. Neary and Lisa Scholes, who is a listed subject matter expert and works at Women's Fund of Omaha with strong connections to Planned Parenthood. These exchanges make it clear that Ms. Neary relies heavily on Lisa. In fact, Ms. Neary went out of her way to make sure Lisa was included in the writing process. She often asks Lisa for advice on how to respond to constituents who are presenting her with factual information that does not fit her narrative. She's more than happy to pass on the talking points provided by Lisa in support of draft number 1. Ms. Neary also feels being educated about standard contents related to sexualizing our kids is really important and invites fellow board members to these sessions specifically education from SECUS and Advocates for Youth. Remember when we were told that those activist groups had no part in creating draft number 1? The same draft where controversial standards were literally copied and pasted from the National Sex Education Standards. Who did that, by the way? The NDE and state board members have never tried to explain away that plagiarism, but an educated guess can easily be made from a review of their email exchanges. We know the entire process from the beginning has been manipulated and flawed.
Time. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Alyssa Martin. Welcome, Alyssa.
Thank you. My name is Alyssa Martin, and I'm an educator, a business owner, and a concerned parent from Lexington. Trust has often been called the glue of our society, and I'm a trusting person by nature. And so when the proposed health education standards were first released and I began attending these meetings, I listened. I listened as individuals in support of the standards shared heartbreaking stories of how they'd been rejected, bullied, and emotionally wounded because of their sexual orientation. I listened as those in opposition shared how the standards violated deeply held moral beliefs and set kids up to be victims of abuse and exploitation. I listened as Commissioner Blumstead assured the crowd that we all just want what's best for kids. And I wanted to trust the board, to believe that you're all truly looking out for the best interest of our state's most precious resource, our children. I've spoken at previous meetings and I've asked you to look at the evidence of our students' non-proficient scores in core subjects. And I've asked you to consider that teachers are already leaving the profession in droves. And I've asked for you to put children and their education first. And in spite of the fact that I and other concerned parents like me have been labeled as dangerous extremists, I still want to trust that you have good intent. Even those of you who represent a district that has a majority of constituents who are in favor of these standards, I could trust you if you were truly speaking on behalf of the people who elected you to serve, because that's how our government is supposed to work, of the people, by the people, and for the people. However, the email exchanges that have been previously mentioned have shattered my trust. Instead of employees and board members working towards excellence in education, I see COVID funding being used to create infographics. I see despite your repeated assurances that activists weren't part of the writing team, they were positioned on the team by you. I'm appalled. I can't believe that we've come to this place in Nebraska. Scrap the standards. We still won't trust you.
Thank you,
but
Alyssa.
it would be a start.
Thank you. Matt Innes. Welcome, Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt Innes from Crete. Educated Nebraskans know that the Nebraska Department of Education has not acknowledged the true source of their sex standards. SECUS, Advocates for Youth, and Answer wrote the national sex standards. Then Lacey Peters, the Nebraska Department of Education, and Lisa Schultz of the Omaha Women's Fund copied them into the Nebraska health standards. The FOIA emails prove this fact. So what is the ultimate source of the sex ed industrial complex? The answer is sex ed is just an educational wing of the abortion industry. Planned Parenthood started SECUS to indoctrinate educators and students. Planned Parenthood started Guttmacher Institute to manufacture research and studies so that people like Deborah Nearly and Lisa Schultz could claim their information is medically accurate, evidence-based, age-appropriate, and science. In fact, Deb, this is exactly what you did in your opening statement. Just read the footnotes on most sex ed research and you'll find most are produced by Advocates for Youth, SECUS, Guttmacher Institute, Answer, or any of the other pro-abortion sex ed organizations. Sex ed is always pro-abortion, and it's being funded by the wealthiest people on the planet. Planned Parenthood is also the second largest supplier of sex change hormones, hormones that are required for life. They have a lot of money to make by convincing teenage girls that they're actually boys. And to top it all off, Lisa Schultz, who dictated the sex standards, spent 15 years on Planned Parenthood, a fact she conveniently left off her resume to the board. The entire Nebraska Department of Education has pimped out their health standards to Lisa Schultz at the Omaha Women's Fund, a pro-abortion organization. Because of this, educated Nebraskans no longer trust the Nebraska Department of Education. It is time to abolish the Nebraska Department of Education and to abolish the state board and pass school vouchers in 2022.
Angie Eberspacher. Welcome, Angie.
Thank you. I'm educated and earned a dual degree in early childhood and elementary education. My name is Angie Eberspacher, and I'm from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. Once opposition to the proposed sex ed standards became commonplace due to their graphic content as well as critical race theory ideals, proponents of the standards began spreading the idea that the opposition was biased and based on political issues and differences. However, I'm here today to share with the public that the politicization of this process and the standards themselves was initiated by board member Deb Maneri over 2 years ago. In an email dated August 29, 2019, board member Deb Neary wrote to John Paul Hayworth, executive director of the Washington, D.C. Board of Education, to get his advice on writing a non-discrimination statement. It is with this statement or policy that all future state standards would be written, including the sex ed and health standards. In her email, she wrote, quote, "We worked with GLSEN and other agencies and made the decision to go further than just identifying gender identity. We learned that gender expression was just as important. We also added citizenship status, etc. I believe I have 100% board support, and Nebraska is a red state with lots of conservatives on our board. I am delighted we will be able to draft as inclusive as I had hoped," quote. Clearly, Deb Neary has been orchestrating board policy using political agendas. She makes a point to state that Nebraska is a red state, and she is delighted that her leftist activist agenda will now chip away at the conservative red state ideals. The fact that Ms. Neary is proud of this coup is telling. Because I'm educated and think logically, I understand that this non-discrimination policy is now used to implement all standards created by the NDE. Further, the fact that this policy statement was created 2 years ago proves that Commissioner Blomstedt knew that CRT was infused into all standards from that point on. His denial of knowing what CRT is or what it is entwined in Nebraska standards is a lie. The Nebraska Department of Education has become a corrupt government organization. It is no longer trustworthy, the standards must be scrapped, and NDE must be abolished.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Sarah. Welcome, Sarah.
I am Sarah Frioff. I live in Crete, Nebraska. To continue with the Deb Neary scenario and the Nebraska Department of Education, I call your attention to her email sent on September 3rd, 2019. This celebratory email was sent to Andrew Alleman, SECUS, ACLU, UNO, Lisa Schultze, and Tiffany Yokel, Women's Fund of Omaha, and Charles Kopp from GLSEN. Deb Neary stated, quote, "This is now the most inclusive position statement or policy for any of the states that have a state board of education. I am making plans to have this document shared with other states at our October conference of state board members around the country. And our education commissioner, Dr. Matt Blomstedt, and his team are all making plans to roll out and share this document with local board members around Nebraska and with local administrators. I will be publicly thanking the Women's Fund and GLSEN again when we vote on this statement in September. It is one of the best ways I know to give attention to the tremendous help that your agencies provided to me and to my fellow SBOE members. P.S. Please do not share this position statement or equity lens until they are approved in September. At that time, I can share a better draft," unquote. Remember, a few days prior, in August, Deb Neary boasted about how her activist ideals were infiltrating her red state through this non-discrimination statement, which she refers to as an equity lens. Take note, equity lens is code for critical race theory principles. We, the taxpayers in this red state, fund this monster, the NDE, and we are not ignorant. Commissioner Blum said the entire state board and some NDE staff are complicit in politicizing the education of our children. Further, the commissioner and his team have been implementing this indoctrination.
Time. Thank you, Sarah. Catherine Brooks. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Brooks, and I'm a board-certified pediatrician and neonatal and perinatal medicine physician. I practice full-time in Lincoln. Draft number 2 of the health education standards lacks critical element that is necessary for trust, and that is transparency. The stated standards are vague and open to a wide range of interpretations. However, the stated reference materials, the National Sex Education Standards, are the same standards from Draft 1 and are still not acceptable because they introduce topics that should be left to families and are still wildly inappropriate for the stated ages. For example, correct anatomic names are acceptable and encouraged by pediatricians at a young age, but their anatomic purpose may not be. Research is clear that early exposure to sexual activity from peers, social media, or heaven forbid our own schools leads to earlier sexual activity and exploration. Earlier sexual activity, in turn, has been shown across the world to result in poor adolescent and adult outcomes. If we want equality, not to be confused with equity, for our children, then show the evidence for improved sexual outcomes when these values and beliefs are taught in the family unit. Evidence is clear that where there is a strong family unit with good communication between children and parents, children are less likely to engage in early sexual behavior. Instead of taking the family out of this discussion and inserting the educational institution, the Nebraska Department of Education should formulate ways to encourage parents to form strong relationships with open communication with their children. These health standards are not necessary and should be revoked. Thank you for your time and attention, and my references have been included.
Thank you, Catherine. Mary Harper. Mary Harper. Welcome, Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Harper, and I'm from Bennington. Critical race theory and all aspects and parts must be eliminated from our K-12 schools. Schools are denying that they teach or use CRT, but they are just using other words such as diversity, inclusion, multiculturalism, social justice, and many more. CRT is incredibly destructive to our children. The most important thing about you is this color of your skin. All children are categorized according to whiteness versus blackness or colored. Whites are privileged and oppressors. Blacks and people of color are victims and oppressed. Whites are viewed negatively, and blacks and colored people are viewed positively. According to CRT, racism occurs in all interactions, even if not intended or realized. As one black mom put it, this whole system is unacceptable. In schools, children are supposed to think and interact constantly in a race-driven environment. They are separated into racial identity groups and even good and bad people. This encourages shame, guilt, anger, and resentment toward the other groups. CRT also stresses equity of outcome rather than equality of opportunity. The word anti-racism doesn't mean against racism, but promotes racism. There are thousands of examples across the country of CRT having negative and even disastrous effects on children in schools, including bullying and attempted suicides. This is not a good environment for learning. CRT must not be a part of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Hall. Tim? Welcome, Tim.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Hall from Papillion, and I'm speaking on my own behalf here. From your website, to lead and support the preparation of all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. That's the strategic vision for the Nebraska State Board of Education. So to put this in regular non-academic English, your job is to ensure that all our children receive a quality education so that they can succeed in life. I looked up the English, math, and science statistics for all of the grades combined in Nebraska for 2018 to 2019. So what percent of students met grade level standards in English? 52%. That's a grade of F in any school in Nebraska. The percent of students that met standards in math, also 52%, still an F. Only 66% of students met grade level standards in science. So you can give yourself a hand there. Congratulations, that's passing at a D+. We're here today because you, the State Board of Education, have chosen to attempt to indoctrinate our children with health standards that sound more like pedophile grooming strategy than education. Health standards don't even fall within your purview of responsibilities. This is all about you taking on a divisive subject that you aren't even responsible for. Clearly, you're unable to properly educate our children in math, science, and English, so maybe we shouldn't worry about you indoctrinating our kids with this garbage based on your failure in the basic courses, but your actions tell me you really wanted our children to learn this filth. Over the past 2 meetings, parents have overwhelmingly asked you 2 things. Eliminate the standards, scrap them. We don't want to be dealing with this in the future. And second, we demand that you simply do your job.
Time. Thank you. Sue Rickley. Sue Rickley. Sue Rickley. Welcome, Sue.
I'm Sue Rickley, and I live in Kearney, Nebraska. My grandfather came to Nebraska as a young boy from Prussia for the reason of religious freedom. I would guess that was many families' original intent and purpose in coming to our wonderful United States of America. It was very important to those families to serve God according to His truth, and it's important to me and my family today. Our God, who is the same Almighty God who inspired the founders of our United States, is a good God. He gives many chances and opportunities to right wrongs. We are standing in place of one of these opportunities now. The choice is good or evil. Father God, you created this world and you created each human being to be your child. And I pray that people today would see and know that truth, that you want each one just as they are. You want their heart. You speak through your holy word about how to raise and teach our children, because children are very precious to you. You gave us your word not to ruin our fun or make us weird, but to change our lives and save our lives inside and out, to guide us so we can enjoy productive and fruitful lives. I pray for each person here who hears my voice, Father God, that they would hear or know or see or experience an answer from you, from heaven. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Sue. Mike? Welcome, Mike. Welcome.
Tim took my talk almost word for word, so we're going to be friends. I like you a lot. I got the joyous job of going through every testimony to be able to pick them out so people could share their own testimony with friends. So I watched all of them, both sides of the aisle. And the one thing that stood out to me was that it seems to me that those on the left think they really have an exclusivity on bullying. They think they're the only kids that have gone to school and got picked on because, I don't know, maybe they feel that how they are is bad. I don't know. I've never cared about how somebody is. I have friends on both sides of the aisle, and that's fine. There is a Australian Parliament study that they commissioned before the world turned upside down and went on fire. And it was to decide or to determine the effects of premature sexualization of children. Notice it wasn't a study to determine the benefits of, right? It was to determine the premature effects, the negative effects of sexualization of children. And it just, we've had a lot of experts to talk about that. It's horrible. I don't know why you're wanting to do this. You stole half my thing. I really have. I will tell you the he, him thing, that is just another way to separate We are all one people. We're e pluribus unum. That's what made our country great from the beginning. And this compartmentalization to make children other and separate is evil. Please don't do it.
Lauren Coop Doherty. Welcome, Lauren.
Thank you.
Pull the mic. There you go.
My name is Lauren Coop Daughtry. I'm a certified health education specialist, and I work as an adolescent health educator in Omaha. Here's the reality of what I see every day in working with young people. High schoolers are having sex. Along with that, young people are disproportionately impacted by STDs. Young people are experiencing sexual violence. Young people are growing up in diverse households, and many young people identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. This information is not new, and it shouldn't be hidden from our schools or our students any longer. For far too long, we've denied young people access to life-saving health education, and we've kept them from reaching their full potential. Because of shame and fear, we've kept silent, and we've failed to provide young people with the information they need to protect their whole health. Complete, honest, and accurate sex education is needed for students today to reduce negative health outcomes. What would happen if we didn't delay this process any longer and provided all young people with the information they need to be healthy? Think about how much our entire state would benefit from complete and accurate health education that addresses unintended pregnancy, high STD rates, campus sexual assaults, and LGBTQ+ bullying. Our students are asking for you all to see them, to support them, and to provide them with inclusive and effective health education for their benefit. Don't make them wait any longer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Tina Dorr. Welcome, Tina.
Okay, so first off, I want to say my husband reminded me to be as humble as I can be and realize I am no better than you guys are sitting right there. My name is Tina Dorr, and I'm from the Lincoln area. I'm married to an amazing husband, and I have 2 beautiful daughters. I attend Radiant Church in Lincoln. One thing I love about my pastor, Connie, is that she stands up for what she believes in no matter what. I was a foster kid from age 7 to 18 years old. I saw and learned a lot of inappropriate behaviors before foster care and during foster care. I became a Christian and dedicated my life to Jesus at age 14. Why is this okay to teach our children this in public school, but it's not okay to teach our youth about Jesus? Why do I have to send my girls to a private school and pay thousands of dollars for them to attend? Why can't you make it to where they have to send their children to private schools so they can learn false teachings? I want to pray right now for all the youth that stood up today and spoke. I pray God wraps his arms around you and that one day you hopefully soon know that the devil had a hold of you, but there is better life and it is with Jesus Christ. I want to pray for each of you board members. I pray that you open your hearts and ears to Jesus. I pray that you hear us saying we are here to protect our kids. Our kids are on loan to us from God. They are his children. It is our job to protect them while we are on this earth. I will do that to the ends of my days. I wish we could send our kids to public schools, but we cannot send them somewhere where false ideologies will be taught. I pray God blesses you up there. Right and wrong is written on the heart of every man, woman, and child, and I hope with prayer, fear, trembling, you consider what some of the things that might be taught to our children will affect them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dawn Ehrman. Dawn Ehrman. Welcome, Dawn.
Good afternoon. I'm Dawn Ehrman from Gothenburg. I'm sure I've already been judged as I walked up here, but as a second-generation adoptee with no knowledge of the previous generations, I can tell you that by the age of 5, I was a second-generation sexual, emotional, and physical abuse victim. I was born to a drug addict and alcoholic, and I am, by definition, a bastard. I was in foster homes. My birth mother was murdered by her husband, and eventually I was adopted. I was teased or bullied in school by classmates and a teacher for wearing glasses, for reading too much, and I spent a week of my 5th grade year hiding in the bathroom during breaks to avoid the boy who liked me and the classmates trying to make us kiss. I tell you all this to demonstrate that everyone has a story and everyone is different. These standards are not a one-size-fits-all, and it will be detrimental to put this on young kids when they are not ready. For example, the standards talk about safe touch in kindergarten, and I think we all in this room have different definitions of what safe touch is or who a trusted adult is. These standards are vague at best and pornographic at worst. Draft 2 removed words and shifted some things around, but essentially leaves the door wide open for Draft 1 or worse. Deborah Neary last month stated in regards to the superintendents that have written in, quote, "We've given them a lot of weight that is not proportionate to the student body that they represent," end quote. But that's exactly what you want these standards to do. In regards to concerns of starting conversations with kids is the new paperwork when you take your kids in for their physicals put out by the AAP. Even these questionnaires are more age appropriate as some things are not addressed at the younger ages. Since schools require K and 7th grade physicals and sports physicals yearly, this is yet another avenue where these things can be addressed in the community without putting the responsibility on our school staff and teachers who have so much more to focus on. We need to let the local school boards who know their communities put these policies in place that best serve their community. They can work on anti-bullying and the social and emotional health without the SBOE overstepping their positions to handpick advocates to write political standards to sexualize our children. Scrap the standards.
The next group of 16, Alyssa Demerit, Justin Riddle, Nicole Hutchings, Kelly Brady, William Moore, Kristen Dupree, Ben Stengel, Judy Woles, Kenna Barnes, Michelle Scheel, Mark Luchins, Dan Shearman, Amber Parker, Sarah Hunter, Sam Schlegel, Beth Hyatt. Alyssa Demerit. Welcome, Alyssa.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Demerit. I am from Gothenburg, Nebraska. Today I would like to share my personal story with you. At a very young age, I was forced to do something sexual that I did not want to do by a boy. Because I was exposed to these sexual activities at such a young age, it caused me to struggle with homosexuality for many years. Throughout these years, I felt lost, depressed, and like I had no idea what my identity was. This was not a result of lack of support or resources, as many from the LGBTQ+ community may say, but rather a result of trying to be something that I was not created to be. It has taken me years to find my identity in Christ and to overcome the exposure at a young age. The images and content found in these health standards will cause trauma in students' lives. Many children who either struggle with homosexuality or becoming transgender have experienced some form of trauma or misinformation. Children who are struggling with this should not just be encouraged to embrace it, but rather we need people in place to talk with them, whether that be understanding the trauma that they have went through or the lies that they have been told. These standards will also not change the statistics on sexual abuse, as many have said before. When I was exposed at a young age, I did not know the correct anatomical terms, the types of sexual orientations, or the different ways to have sex. But I did know that what was happening to me was wrong. This statement is a lie that the LGBTQ+ community is trying to push their agenda. Ultimately, these health standards will expose children to sexual content too early. This will result in many children struggling with a sense of identity. Through these standards, we are setting up a generation to have no sexual identity and be more vulnerable to human trafficking than ever. Because of my personal story, I believe that these health standards should not be passed. It will drastically have a negative impact on an entire generation in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Riddle. Justin. Welcome, Justin.
My name is Justin Riddle. Last time I spoke, I pretty much begged anyone anywhere to have the hard discussion with critical race theory with me. You know how many people stepped up to the challenge? Of course you do. Nobody. You might recall I was silenced by the Omaha Public School Board. Since then, they've committed as a group and individually several offenses that are worth noting. The last meeting, they changed the order of their agenda during the meeting, forcing the public to sit through 2 hours of non-emergency speaking in an effort to dissuade an increasingly growing public presence from wanting to come again. They forced a citizen, not me, to disclose his address after he expressed concern for his personal safety. They sent the police to a student's house that showed up in opposition to the school board, requested to search his home for guns, drugs, and any other non-specific item they could find. They had the police call myself and others, showing great concern that a group of citizens would show up to the next school board meeting where one board member turned his back on a student whom he disagreed with. This is the same board member posting nearly nude pictures of himself on social media. There have been several calls from board members to employers of people who have spoken against the board. Finally, the president of the OPS board has called and filed a harassment restraining order against me for a handful of emails and some tweets, none of which were threats or illegal. Now, I've heard a lot of interesting things in the past few weeks. Notably, I hear that parents who don't want radical changes in the schools are now somehow domestic terrorists. It's interesting that a national website would designate organizations that gather for community potlucks and church pastors as terrorists, but a group like Antifa, who's on video every other day attacking those families in public parks, is not. I'm not sure if the rest of the states intends on following the Gestapo tactics that Omaha is employing, but I can tell you it won't work. People are awake and we're not going to be asleep for a while. All these people here are committed to eliminating all bad practices and actors from our state and each other's district. The question is, who's going to be here when the dust settles? We're unified under fundamentals, not under fun-dumb-mentals.
Nicole Hutchings. Welcome, Nicole.
Hi. My name's Nicole Hutchings. I live in Bellevue, and I find it terribly sad that those in support of these standards, kids and adults, think that they're being bullied. The truth really is that they're not really able to know what these standards that they are asking for will do to the kids exposed to them. They think they do, but most of them are too young to understand what long-term consequences will be. So let me go ahead and prove how these consequences will be detrimental. Like Tim said earlier, it's grooming. According to a peer-reviewed journal in the American Psychological Association, judges that judge these kinds of child abuse, sexual assault cases have several factors that they decide to use against the complainants. A few of them are their specific knowledge of the event and how it occurred, depending on what they know of the names, knowledge of how it's been done to them, and everything like that. According to the standards, these will be taught as young as kindergarten. These terms are part of the Psych's curriculum that are so specific that even clitoris will be taught to these children and how it feels to a 5-year-old. Now let me tell you, as a survivor of sexual abuse as a child, these are grooming standards. When an adult looks at you and says, "This is something that feels really good, let me show you, let me tell you about it," that is grooming, that is sexual grooming. And another thing that judges look at in these trials is whether or not it can be consensual. You're teaching these kids consent, right? You think it's to say no, but now what you're doing is actually opening them up to these pedophile predators. These pedophile predators will use this against them in court. They will make these judges not believe them, and then they will continually not come forward when these abuse happens. You're going to have them get trafficked, sexually abused, and even worse, sexually assaulted, like you saw in Lincoln. This is not because you're not teaching them sex standards. This is because you are. You're grooming our children, and what ifs on whether or not they'll find porn online is not your problem. It's ours as parents. I'm not going to let the state fund
Thank you.
groom my children.
Kelly Brady. Welcome, Kelly.
My name is Kelly Brady from Bellevue. I'm an educated, concerned grandparent. From the beginning, these state board members, this commissioner, and the NDE staff have repeatedly reassured us the writing team, the editing team consisted of educators, administrators, medical doctors, school psychologists, health professionals, researchers, nurses, and parents. Now, the infamous May NDE propaganda document even went further. I quote, "The draft was not written by activists." This is very interesting because of all of the emails. Remember Lisa Schultz? Yeah, she's with the wonderful Women's Fund of Omaha. Not only did she apply for the writing team, she was personally recommended, and she recommended others as well. Board Member Neary then intervened in the process to ensure that she was chosen. In addition, also the others she suggested. Additionally, the NDE equity officer personally recommended Abby Swartzworth from Out Nebraska to Lacey Peters, the NDE staff responsible for the review and the facilitation process. She identifies Abby as part of the LGBTQ community and states she's a wonderful person and eager to help with these kind of projects. She is agenda-driven. So this is how members of the advisory team were chosen. Did other board members handpick? We know Member Neary did. We know that Lacey Peters did. There were two different processes, one for the public, one behind the doors. This is not acceptable. No standards developed by this writing committee can be good for Nebraska, and we now know we can certainly not trust you. Ms. Neary, resign. You are a disgrace to Nebraska. Thank you.
William Moore. William Moore. Welcome, William.
I go by Pat Moore,
Okay.
but I officially William.
Yeah.
Anyway, I live in Hazard, Nebraska. What a thankless job. It's been brutal on you folks today, I know. I would not want to be sitting where you are. There's so much I know that you are trying to do for children. Sometimes it seems misguided. I want to thank you. I work with the local school board at Ravenna for Hazard. As I've worked with them, they've done a lot of work as well and recognize that it's unpaid as well. You don't get paid. I want to definitely thank you, Jacqueline Morrison, for your questions that have been throughout the last several meetings. You've been asking some excellent questions, and the processes and the accountability, keep it going. All right? I definitely want to thank you for comments earlier about the idea that it is local control. I agree entirely, 100%. And that means it's up to us in the local communities to do what we need to do. Finally, I'd like to say this may be postponed on the decision. We're going to be watching.
Thank you, Pat. Kristen Dupree? Welcome, Kristen.
Yes, hi. Thank you, President Nichols and members of the board. My name is Kristen Dupree, and I'm from Omaha. And I first want to say you guys have a really difficult job and have important and difficult, decisions to make, so I definitely appreciate that. But I did come here today to let you know how this decision to postpone the health standards sort of looks to me. I've been watching these meetings since April, pretty much every month, and they are emotionally exhausting. They're long. And I've seen many parents and many grandparents traveling to these meetings by the busload. They've listened to local politicians that are on the kind of far right side of the political spectrum. And these local politicians are spreading misinformation, sometimes outright lies during their tours of the town halls. And these groups of parents send in sort of copy and paste emails to you. And, these aren't parents that are really well informed on these topics. They don't always show restraint. And part of this is because fear and hate are really powerful motivators. But do you know how to combat fear and hate? Education. And if the last few months have shown us anything, it's how much this education is needed. And kids pick up on these biases from their parents. And we're really missing important opportunities here to show that our LGBTQ youth are reflected in their curriculum, that our youngest students know how to identify unsafe situations and also remove themselves from the unsafe situations. And we want our teenagers to have sex education that prevents pregnancy and STDs.
Thank you. Ben Stengel. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Stengel, and I'm a mechanical and nuclear engineer from Blair. As I've outlined before, subversive ideology saturates the entire education system, irrespective of the discipline or school subject. All across the state and all across the nation, parents are waking to that fact, and dissatisfaction is palpable. But this subversive ideology does not just influence the minds of children, it influences and shapes their heart. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. It is a combination of both reason and will that define a person. It's not only their impressionable minds, it's the very fiber of a child's being that is being woven. And it's being done so through this government education institution that has controlled the ideology all along. Education isn't and never will be strictly academic. It's been said that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And my message is to men. Men, turn your hearts to your children's hearts. Your families are and have always been under attack. Regardless of when these sex ed standards pass, your families are in crisis. Good men don't do nothing. Yes, we provide for our families, but good men also protect their families. Good men oppose tyranny at every form. Good men take accountability for their children's education. Good men aren't dependent on the Department of Education. Good men always do whatever it takes. Good men, preserve the hearts of your children. Get them out, bring them home, take back the children.
Thank you. Thank you. Judy Woles. Judy Woles. Judy Woles. Kenna Barnes.
Hello, and thank you for being here.
Welcome.
I'm here as a former student of Grand Island Public Schools and a victim of religious trauma. The first sexual experience I had was rape, and I met him at church. The first time I questioned my sexuality, it was after they continuously talked about the temptation and sin of homosexuality at church. The first time I felt deep shame and self-hatred was at church. My mother was an educator for Grand Island Public Schools for 30 years. She gave open and honest information about sex at appropriate times, and being gay and or trans was never a deficit in our home. She's a survivor of childhood sexual assault and gave us accurate information as a radical act of love and protection, but couldn't carry it all, and she needed support. It wasn't until I became involved in friend groups from school who were entrenched in religious shame and secrecy that I started seeing sex and sexuality as anything other than just a fact of life. I had access to information and support, but because it was only in one small section of my life and no one else provided the support for me or my friends or my family, I was deeply damaged. I was the most damaged by the church and their lifestyle choices, which included demonizing me and my friends. So many of these folks are moving out of shame and fear, and we know that these approaches do not work in education. If I could have had one more level of support and information that wasn't from my mom — teenagers historically do not like talking to their moms about sex — then maybe I wouldn't have cried when I realized I was bisexual, not out of shame, but out of relief and understanding and sadness for my younger self. Maybe I would have passed back the note that said yes, because I really wanted to say yes to her. Maybe I would have remembered my mom telling me I can always say no, and that anyone could be potentially predatory, even boys from church. And maybe that boy wouldn't have raped me. These hateful and dismissive responses should have no place in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenna. Michelle Shield. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. I'm Michelle Shield. I'm from Grand Island. I'm a mother of 3 and grandmother of 4. I know I look so young. I'm sure it's just hard to believe. Just a few things, because we only have a little bit of time. As far as I'm concerned on the CRT, it seems ludicrous to try to combat racism by being racist. I've heard a lot of stuff and a lot of divisiveness today, and I'm hoping we all have the same goal. But I've heard today that the CSE will help prevent rape, sexual violence, STDs, LGBTQ plus bullying. How is exposing my 10-year-old granddaughter to a book that introduces sexual intercourse as a kind of sharing and explains to her how people have sexual intercourse, oral and anal sex, prevent rape, teach consent, or prevent sexual violence? How does exposing my 4th grade grandson with books which guide him how to masturbate, complete with illustrations, how does he unsee that? How does my granddaughter unhear that? This is all presented to them by people who are in authority to them. They look up to teachers and educators. I come from a long line of educators. I just happen to be a nurse practitioner. That said, I was always taught or given the tools how to think, not tell me what to think. You guys have the email from Deborah Neary. The Women's Fund of Omaha was instrumental in steering the Nebraska Board of Education towards comprehensive sexuality education. You see the email. This was written January 28th of 20. Please, you guys, for the sake of our kids, scrap the standards. It doesn't mean we don't educate our kids. It means there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach.
Thank you, Michelle. Mark Luchins. Welcome, Mark.
I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to say I'm a doctor, a rocket scientist, an architect, but you know what? My greatest accomplishment is being a father and raising my kids to love the Lord and to trust in Him. I guess I'd like to take a little different approach this morning or this afternoon in how we make decisions. We're all faced with thousands of decisions every day. We try our best to make the right decision. Well, we're all here because of a decision that your board is thinking about. And we know you want to make the right decision. We all love our kids, right? That's why we're here, because we all love our kids. So how do we make the right decision? I'd like to know myself. We have to go to the truth. Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." Let's not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Dan Shearman. Dan Shearman. Amber Parker. Welcome, Amber.
Well, hello. My picture was posted on Miss Nary's Facebook post underneath the words extremist and busting in extremist people. And I just want to say what slander, what bullying that I've never witnessed ever before meeting this State Board of Education in the whole entire state and the meetings that I've been here in Nebraska. I first want to say that your gig is up, and the Goliaths, you may reveal yourself, and the ones trying to hide, because Davids are here in this state. On page 34 of your second draft, it said, discuss the influence of peers, media, and family on feelings and emotions. First grade. First grade. That right there shows this is about indoctrination. I want to go back to 2015, Commissioner Blumstead. You sent Julian Hill from the Nebraska Department of Education. They were already looking at data on comprehensive sex education. And sir, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was also out of a foundation that had Planned Parent ties. The parents rose up and had issues with it, and you said, we'll then go to the state legislature. I am here to say children's innocence we have to stand and protect. This group here wants to call equality. It's masturbation. Masturbation's not equality. Teaching children anal and oral sex is not equality. That is child abuse. This has nothing, and what's greatly concerning is the groups that are coming forward, not one of them had addressed the issues of protecting children. It's all been on sex. That is a wake-up call to all of us. There are pedophiles in high places. This was part of my testimony in the last one. And Ms. Neary, part of the groups you're connected with want to make our schools abortion clinics. And I got the documentation to prove it. Thank you. It is time to scrap the standards. It is time for you all to resign. And the Nebraska Department of Education, Lacey Peters, even questioned if
Thank you,
people's
Amber.
comments should be on.
Thank you. Sarah Hunter. Sarah Hunter. Welcome, Sarah.
Good afternoon. I am thankful to be a Lincolnite, registered nurse, wife, and mother. First, thank you for the changes of Draft 1 of the health education standards. However, these changes and postponement are not enough. These standards impose on my right and responsibility to mold my child's worldview. For example, the church rightly teaches biological changes during puberty, but it is my job to teach her how to handle the, quote, psychological changes. It is the parent's responsibility to guide our children through the confusion of puberty. It is also our job to discuss the dangers of pornography. The educator has no authority to tell my child which pornography is appropriate or instruct her how to handle carnal desires. These standards also attack our freedom of religion. Legally, religion is, quote, a sincere and meaningful belief that occupies in the life of its possessor a place parallel to the place held by God, end quote. That place held by God determines morality, conviction, identity, purpose of the individual. My God determines my conduct and purpose. My God determines the boundaries of my sexuality and identity. Parents may choose to teach something else that determines their purpose, and they have that freedom. But for the vast majority of Nebraska, it is their Creator who determines these things. Nebraskans do not serve the state as a God, and we will not require our children to do so either. We Nebraskans are people of values and conviction. We have appointed you to act on our behalf, and our taxes pay for our children to be educated, not parented, and not churched. Today, I call you to courageously fulfill your duty and represent Nebraska. However, if you will not represent us, but use our money, taxation without representation will not be tolerated. We will appoint those who have the courage to stand against the few loud voices for the sake of the many children who can speak for themselves.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sam Schlegel. Sam Schlegel. Welcome, Sam.
I'd like to say hello. To those who spoke up about my last appearance, you can rest assured violence is not in my nature. I know the enemy. I know that's what they want, and I won't give it to them. I know this is a war on information, and I know this is a globalist agenda. That's why it went from A to B, and now it's being pushed through federally. With a resident Biden making a transgender mandate on medical professionals, and it's being taken to the courts. That's how it seems you're trying to push your sex ed standard regardless of parents' wishes. And you want to label those who wish to protect children's innocence as extremists, and that is very troubling. That's why, unfortunately, this will not stop until we take our kids from public school and take back their education from a group willing to spend this much effort to teach kids pornography, yet fails at things like math, reading, and history. I know the play, and I know the players. They do not hold public office. They would not lower themselves. I know why there's civil war on every continent. I know why the globalists keep it running. I know why it's mandatory medicine. I know about the corporation of the United States of America. I know the social slavery system, and I know about the straw man. And to those in opposition, I think we should all start having an open-minded conversation, because this is a globalist depopulation agenda. The only thing they fear is we the people united in a front. And with the little bit of time that I have left, I will say that I also wish to publicly ask for your resignation. You guys have failed multiple times. You have been given an opportunity to do something in our society that actually means something, and you have turned it into something sick and perverted. You should all definitely be ashamed of yourselves.
Beth Hyatt. Beth Hyatt. Welcome, Beth.
I'm Beth Hyatt from Minden. Father God, may you be exalted every place our feet find us. Our hands reach out to help, and our mouths open to sing your praises. I repent and ask for forgiveness for my sins, the sins of my state and our nation. They are many. I ask for your continual presence where we meet. Holy Spirit, be thick and tangible here. I ask that your love and pursuit of hearts would fall on each state and local school board, each superintendent and commissioner. Lord, for every child and student in Nebraska, I ask that your tender and mighty hand would stay with them. I ask you, the creator of all, to relentlessly reveal your dreams for them, that they will find their worth in you, because you have fearfully and wonderfully knit them together. Male and female you made. Not who man or wickedness's twisted lies have told them for their own personal gain. Let the children experience real love that can change a life into your designed path and purpose. Real love only found in your arms of safety and comfort, Lord. You are the one who looks into their eyes, and you breathe the breath of life into them. Keep them from all harm. Heal their hurting wounds. Draw them close to your beating heart. Lord, expose all man's plans. You say nothing is done in secret will remain hidden. Expose evil where you find it. Let no weapon held to the children prosper, whether in action, word, ideology, or curriculum. I declare truth remains. Let the real relationship with you flourish in Nebraska. Let us hear your voice above the noise of this present evil. Father God, your ways, understanding, and knowledge far surpass man's. Lord, you are the giver of life and all we need.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you in Jesus'
Thank you,
name.
Beth. The next 16, Jim Palmasheim, Amy Williams, Adam Gosham, Teresa Carell, Wayne Smith, Scott McKean, Dave Richardson, Fred Robertson, Colleen Klesick, Roxanne Schnell, L. Randall Stommer, Barbara Gard, Donna Kozik, Chris Baylock, Rihanna Mays, and Elaine Musbach. Jim Palmachine. Welcome, Jim.
I'm Jim Palmersheim from Bellevue, Nebraska. We've entrusted you with the health and education of our children and our grandchildren, and it appears that you are abusing that privilege. You seem to have forgotten you serve us. Parents are the primary educators of their children. Public schools have the secondary responsibility, and you should be reinforcing the parents' values, not undermining them. With regard to sex education and critical race theory, what you're proposing is not just wrong, it's evil. It opposes God on every level, which just proves this is a spiritual battle. Know this: we don't fear you. You can't ignore us. You can't silence us. You can't mandate us. And if you proceed with any of this nonsense, you'll be held accountable. Remember the Nuremberg trials.
Amy Williams. Welcome, Amy.
My name is Amy Williams. I am a mother of 2 children in the Elkhorn Public School System. I also attended Elkhorn Public Schools, K through 12. So a person with a vulva has 3 holes between their legs and a very sensitive little area at the top called a clitoris. This is an excerpt from the CSE material for kindergartners, little baby 5-year-olds. But don't worry about the questions they'll have, because grade 2 teaches them in depth about it. They'll learn that, quote, the vagina has great elasticity and can adjust to the size of a penis. What second grader needs to know this? CSE curriculum sexualizes kids, period. I'll spare you the excerpts from the higher grades because they're suggestive and inappropriate. Why would we want to introduce highly sexual content to small children if not to sexualize them? Children explore the concepts we teach them. Therefore, why would parents want their children in grade school to explore sexual concepts? We, as parents, are the protectors of our children and are responsible for their innocence and well-being. The world today tries to push kids to grow up too fast. It is our job as parents to keep them kids as long as we can. Children are not mature enough or strong enough to handle weighty, worldly topics. That is our job as parents. We will not let the educational system sexualize our children with CSE. We will not let schools indoctrinate our children with CRT. We will keep fighting, even if we have to pull our kids and their funding and homeschool them until the board pulls its head out of its ass. I'm looking at you, Deb Neary, with your email tantrums, incessant demands, and endless manipulations. We see you. I've heard a lot of rhetoric and talking points from the other side.
Time. Thank you, Amy. Adam Gotchen. Welcome, Adam.
Hello, sorry, as I'm a little bit nervous, as you can tell. I am Adam Gottschall. I sit on the Metropolitan Community College Board of Governors in District 3. I'm not here representing the school or its views, but I will tell you that I am a father of 1 child who's 9 years old, and I can tell you that in reading the sex education standards, my child would have more questions than answers. And furthermore, though, I have a couple of little excerpts I'd like to read here about our educational system. It says, ironically, despite the United States having the second best education system globally, it consistently scores lower than many other countries in benchmarks such as math and science. According to Business Insider report in 2018, I gave it the benefit of the doubt and went pre-pandemic on this. Its education ranking was 38th in math scores and 24th in science. the United States education rankings have been falling by international standards over the past 3 decades. And I mean, there's many different reasons for that. First of all, I'm going to compare public education to private education. Public education has a 5% higher graduation rate, and the kids are 1.5 times more likely to go to college. Why? It's not because they don't have children who are poor. They do. They have school choice options. It's not that they don't have children that from the LGBTQ plus community. They do. It's because they focus on discipline, and they focus on math, science, reading, writing, arithmetic. They focus on the things that truly matter to the educational system in this country. Thank you, and have a great day.
Teresa? Carrie, thank you. Welcome, Teresa.
Hi, my name's Teresa Carey, and I'm from Wilcox, south of Kearney. And I'm a little bit nervous too. I'm the grandmother of 3 beautiful, precious girls, and the oldest of which will be starting kindergarten next year. And they will be in the public school system, and I will not allow them to be taught the racist ideology that is the critical race theory or the perversion of the comprehensive sexuality education. Racism is taught. And why are we teaching our children that the color of their skin matters more than who they are as a person? This whole thing is divisive, and in opposition to the civil rights movement and Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, when he said, and I quote, "I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." He also quoted from the Declaration of Independence, "I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." Schools need to stick to teaching the basics, reading, writing, math, science, social studies, history as it happened. We learn from our history. We can't change it, but we can be better than it. The Be Kind rules pretty much cover how we should treat others. You know, we teach them to respect others. There should be zero tolerance for bullying in school or anywhere. And don't call me a racist because you don't know me. I'm not racist. I can't change the color of my skin. I can't change my ancestry. And I'm sorry that in some places there is still...
Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wayne Smith. Wayne Smith. Welcome, Wayne.
We need to get back to basics in public education. This is evident by the test scores. There seems to be an obsession today with gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. Discussion of these subjects in school can put ideas in the minds of students that are not healthy. I discussed the health standards with our daughter, who is 50 years old. She told me that when she was very young, she wished she was a boy because she was so good at sports and could beat the boys. She said, "I can't imagine what would have happened if I would have been exposed to some of the subjects discussed in school today." Dr. Paul McHugh, the former psychiatrist-in-chief for Johns Hopkins Hospital, said that transgenderism is a mental disorder that merits treatment. Dr. McHugh noted studies of children who had expressed transgender feelings, but for whom, over time, 70 to 80% spontaneously lost those feelings. Will children with gender dysphoria be encouraged to seek counseling? Nothing could be more racist than critical race theory, which pits one group against another based on skin color. CRT is repackaged Marxism whose proponents want to end America as we know it. Some schools say they don't teach CRT, but it goes by other names, such as cultural proficiency and equity training. These two terms were given to me by a Lincoln teacher. Other names are equity, diversity, and anti-racism. When I went through draft 2, I was overwhelmed with the number of subjects covered and the duplication. There is even an opportunity to discuss climate change. Please revisit these standards and strive for wisdom, values, and common sense.
Time. Thank you, Wayne. Scott McKean. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, President Nichols. I'm Scott McKean. I'm from Louisville, District 5. Yeah, I'm a manufacturing process leader and a part-time mathematics educator. I hold a Bachelor of Science and an MBA degree. Commissioner Blomstedt, distinguished members of the board, thank you for hearing me today. Over the course of the last couple decades in mathematics education, I've been involved in numerous scholastic events and activities in both public and private settings, public school and private school settings. I'd like to affirm by observation that parental involvement in a child's life is knit together with academic achievement. Reading draft 2, it is apparent and clear that you and the research agree with this affirmation. I thoroughly support education, and fundamentally, I support parental involvement in education. There's a growing sentiment that draft 2 infringes on parental responsibility for something as private and closely held as sex education. The board must reach out with an olive branch acknowledging parental responsibility for sex education. This isn't as much about what's being taught as it is about who's teaching it. No doubt you've heard educators complain about a lack of or decline in parental involvement, but parents still have the right to teach their children things that they feel strongly about, things that might be objectionable to others. At the same time, it might be appalling to find that they had taught others as children the same things without their parental consent. And an educator would be remiss to teach a child something their parents find objectionable. While we might not be able to identify everything that parents feel strongly about or that could be found objectionable, the parents here in this room have made it very clear that sex education is one of those things. Certain things once taught cannot be untaught. What we're seeing from these parents is a desire to preserve the right to teach at their discretion those things they feel strongly about. We should not begrudge parents this desire and responsibility to be involved. Let's not be those described as ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Dave Richardson. Dave. Welcome, Dave.
I'm Dave Richardson. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Madam President, members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to address this critical issue. I'm a retired teacher who taught in the public schools of the state of Nebraska for 38 years. Since my retirement, I have served as Executive Secretary of the Westside Education Association. I would also add that I'm a parent and a grandparent, a parent of several graduates of the public schools of the state of Nebraska, and a grandparent of several current students in the state of Nebraska. Believing as I do in the intelligence, the integrity, and the transparency of this board, I also strongly urge you to adopt and revisit comprehensive set of health standards. The facts have been presented to you, and they are undeniable. Comprehensive sex education standards result in many benefits. Reduced STDs, delayed sexual activity, and decreased suicides of LGBTQ plus young people. These and other facts have been presented to you and endorsed by numerous educators, pediatricians, and clergy. They have been supported by the editorial positions of the Omaha World Herald, the Lincoln Journal-Star, the two largest newspapers in the state. I also understand the board received a letter from 49 members of clergy in the state of Nebraska from a variety of faith backgrounds. I'm going to quote in part from that. As faith leaders, we want to be clear in our support for research-based health education standards. We ask you not to show
Time. Thank you, Dave. Fred Robertson. Welcome, Fred.
Fred Robertson. I'm from Ralston, Nebraska. As a young adult, I realized that friends I grew up with in the Nebraska community I'm from had never been able to share with me or any of their classmates who they were. When I graduated high school in 1974, being honest about being gay or lesbian was not an option. My friends couldn't be themselves openly because of my ill-informed rejection of some people, simply because they were not like me and the majority of my classmates. In my career as an educator and coach, I spent years reading students' writing and listening to them speak and debate. My students showed me that the damage being done to their health and well-being because of continuing bigotry and hatred was unacceptable. When two 10th graders came to me asking if I would sponsor a gay-straight alliance club in the early 2000s, I knew I couldn't turn them down. The GSA we started faced plenty of opposition, but the students found a place where they could be free to be who they are and to get some support from others who cared. In my lifetime, I have seen steady progress towards understanding what GLBTQ+ students face in many school environments. This progress continues, though many fight it. In this instance, those who reject respect and understanding of others not deemed normal have won temporarily. Remember that thousands of Nebraska students and their families who are GLBTQ continue to exist, just as my high school friends years ago existed, in an environment which rejects them. When the board again drafts standards, I ask you to respect and recognize all people who share our communities.
Thank you. Colleen Klesick? Colleen Klesick? Roxanne Schnell? Roxanne Schnell? L. Randall Stammer? L. Randall Stammer? Barbara Gard? Barbara Gard? Okay, I'm sorry, I can't see you behind the podium. Well, I've got the podium right here in front, so welcome, dear.
Please don't start until I can actually get
So
up
you're
here.
Barbara, are you?
My name is Barbara
Okay.
Gard. Yes, I live in North Omaha. First of all, I want to thank you for your desire to serve the children of Nebraska as members of the State Board of Education. I am a professional educator. I have MS in Educational Administration with a K-12 endorsement, University of Nebraska, Omaha. I was an elementary school teacher. I've been many things. You can see that in my testimony, which is written before you. I'm appalled by the standards you are trying to push on the people of Nebraska. First of all, the sex education standards. There's a place within middle school and high school settings for teaching basic human biology from a scientific, factual perspective. However, the brains of elementary children do not develop to the point of comprehending and emotionally being able to process the material that is still being proposed in these revised health standards. They are not appropriate at the elementary level, ever. If you look at my testimony that a friend shared for me, because I couldn't make it to the meeting back on the 7th of May, you will see research there that shows that most children, and somebody's referred to it, the majority of people who have problems with gender identity as children outgrow it, okay? But your critical race theory is teaching our children and grandchildren to hate and fear each other based on the color of their skin. I'm sorry, I live in North Omaha. I was in line at Walmart yesterday, and guess what? The lady in front of me was Asian, the man behind me was black, and we treated with each other with honor and respect, and the school didn't have to teach us that. We learned that at home. Your critical race theory that they are trying to impose on our children.
Thank you, Barbara.
It is communism. I saw it when I taught
Thank
in
you.
Romania.
Time.
No, thank you.
Donna Kozak. Welcome, Donna.
I'm Donna Kozak, and I'm from here in La Vista. I got this 5-page document of all the details of what this proposed standards is to be. Read through it, and it reminded me of the inappropriateness of teaching what's in there for the ages of the children, and it reminded me also of 2 stories through my years of raising a family. Sally and Susie went to school together. And Susie comes home one day and she says to her mom, "Hey, Mom, where'd I come from?" Mom thought, "Oh, wow, here's the time." Okay, so she goes through this whole big long thing of the bees, birds and the bees and the whole thing, and then she says to Susie, "Do you understand?" Susie looks very confused, and she says, "Well, Sally told me she came from Florida. I'm just wondering where I came from." The other story is about Corrie ten Boom of World War II, the Dutch lady, Holocaust camp and all that. And when she was a young girl, she went to meet her father at the train station where he came home from work, and she asked him a question, and he set his heavy briefcase down, and he asked her to pick it up and carry it. And she said, "Father, I can't, it's too heavy." And he said, "That's exactly what the answer would be for the question that you just asked. When you're older, it'll be more appropriate." With that, I have a recommendation, because a lot of times these ideas, they just don't get buried forever. They don't get buried, period, okay? So the recommendation would be that whatever this class is to be, a DVD is made of it. And it is sent to all the parents, grandparents, and the public, so everyone
Thank you,
knows
Donna.
what
Time.
the children are getting. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Blaylock. Chris Blaylock. Rihanna Mays. Rihanna Mays. Elaine Mossbach. Elaine Mossbach. Okay. Next group of 16, actually our last group. Jared Quinn. Vicki Johnson. Caroline Epp. Cindy Maxwell Ostick. Michaela Prigmore. Mark Bonkowitz. Mark Ankenshire. Sharon Knuth. Tammy Doogie. Tony Johnson. Jared Quinn. Jared Quinn. Vicki Johnson. Vicki Johnson. Caroline Epp. Welcome, Caroline.
Yes. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sherry Jones, who is running for the State
Please
Board
stop.
of Education.
Please stop.
What was that?
You can say what you want to say, but it shouldn't be on someone else's behalf.
I don't know, I couldn't hear.
Caroline, just read it, don't say who it's from.
Okay.
Just read.
All right. I'd like to share with you a recent experience with a bicyclist we hosted in our home this summer. He is a homosexual, around 60 years old, having just broken up with his partner. He has HIV and takes 10 pills a day to fight this STD. Would he have HIV if it weren't for his sexual behavior? Most likely not. It saddens me to think a child today may, as an adult, live what this man is living with, and we, as an education system, would be partly responsible. I do not believe we should be encouraging our children to participate in behaviors which pose increased emotional and physical health risks. Without question, the sexual behaviors of those in the LGBTQ community bring about increased health risks, both emotional and physical. I will share a quote from one of the sources I read in regards to same-sex sexual behavior. We see a substantial body of scientific literature repeatedly confirming that same-sex sexual behavior carries with it increased rates of HIV, AIDS, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, tobacco use, depression, anxiety, eating disorders, suicide, obesity, hepatitis of various forms, numerous sexual transmitted infections. Now I want to quote, Canada provides a highly supportive government, celebration from liberal churches, and a public coercion to silence by hate speech codes, yet the poor health indicators of the LGBT community remains. This demonstrates...
Time. Thank you, Caroline. Cindy Maxwell Ostick. Cindy Maxwell Ostick. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you. As a concerned parent, my name is Cindy Maxwell Ostick. As a concerned parent, I ask that the State Board of Education not postpone updating the health education standards. I thank Board Member Morrison for highlighting that these health standards address many important areas for the education of Nebraska's students. For example, this pandemic has taught us that information about how to protect our communities from infectious disease is a priority. I believe the board should rely on science and continue moving forward to improve the standards. Please recommend accurate, inclusive sexual education. Our LGBTQ+ children deserve to be seen, heard, and affirmed. One area I wish all of the drafts had included was more focus on positive consent. As our elected State Board of Education, we ask you to take up your responsibilities to the children of Nebraska and not delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Mark Balkowitz. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for your votes earlier today to table the development of the health standards. This is a step in the right direction. The rise in COVID infections is certainly a timely excuse for you. Now we parents and grandparents urge you to scrap the standards because many testifiers here delivered proof of deceit and lack of transparency since you first started the process. This lack of transparency proves you don't see parents and students as your customers. Now you want to see the opposition go away, return back to our focus as parents and taxpayers, and stop testifying at State Board of Education meetings. Let me assure you, that is not going to happen. The Protect Nebraska Children Coalition and Nebraskans for Founders Values are members of a national coalition focused on preventing comprehensive sex education from being accepted as curriculum in any more public school systems. We have members located in the blue progressive states of Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, and Massachusetts. They have had CSE curriculum and CRT for many years and have experienced the negative results. CSE was supposed to reduce STIs and pregnancies, but they have increased. CRT was included as curricula 8 years ago, and you witnessed the rioting, looting, and the destruction of property and loss of lives last summer in those large metropolitan areas, especially in Portland and Seattle. We don't need godless CRT taught in Nebraska. I'm here to assure you that our opposition is not going to dial down. You know you can vote the standards back anytime off the shelf, any month in the future. We anticipate that you would like to take advantage of December and January when families are focused on Christmas and New Year's celebrations, college football games, and getting children back to school. If you add a blizzard or icy roads on January 7th, you'll have the perfect storm.
Time.
We'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. I overlooked one, Michaela Prigmore. I apologize, Michaela. Thank you for alerting us. Welcome.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank you guys for your time today. I did have some remarks prepared, but I went ahead and decided to go ahead and change where I was going with that. The word political has been bandied about a little bit today, and I just wanted to clarify. It is a Greek word that came from polis, and it is meaning business of the city. So yes, we are concerned with the business of the city, and you may call it political, but it is the business of the city. So I do believe the board has overstepped their bounds a little bit in skills versus values. I'd like to read a 1993 Supreme Court case out of New York. It was Alfonso versus Fernandez. It's related issues. It says, the condom distribution plan was tantamount to condoning promiscuity and sexual permissiveness, and that the exposure to condoms and their ready availability may encourage sexual relations among adolescents at an earlier age and or with more frequency, thereby weakening their moral and religious values. The court agrees that supplying condoms to students upon request has absolutely nothing to do with education, but is a health service. Parents should not be compelled by state authority to send their children into an environment where they will be permitted, even encouraged, to obtain a contraceptive device which the parents disfavor as a matter of private belief. The primary purpose of the Board of Education is not to serve as a health provider. Its reasons for being is education. No judicial or legislative authority directs or permits teachers or other public school educators to dispense condoms to minor unemancipated students without the knowledge or consent of their parents, nor do we believe that they have any inherent authority to do so. Parents enjoy a well-recognized liberty interest in rearing and educating their children to accord with their own views, citing U.S. Supreme Court cases from the 1920s, Pierce versus Society of Sisters and Meyer versus Nebraska. The Constitution gives parents the right to regulate their children's sexual behavior as best they can. A contraceptive decision is clearly within the purview of the petitioner's constitutionally protected right to rear their children. The AIDS problem cannot force parents to surrender.
Thank you, Michaela. Thank you. Sharon Knuth. Sharon Knuth. Tammy Duger. Tammy. Tony Johnson. Tony Johnson. That concludes our public comment. Pardon me? Did I miss someone? Did I put one down that I shouldn't have?
We will find out, not a problem. Say your name again. Go ahead, come up, say your name. Mark?
Oh, Mark, I put your name down before I read it. I apologize.
It's okay.
My bad. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mark Akinshov, and I'm a citizen of Lincoln, Nebraska. Members of the Nebraska Board of Education, I greet you. Thank you for giving the opportunity of Nebraska citizens to speak and discuss publicly on law matters regarding the integration of a regulated standard of health and sexual education in the public schools in Nebraska. I am a native-born citizen of the United States, the son of Belarusian American citizens of the United States, and a resident of the state of Nebraska since 2006. I attended the Waverly School District 145 from 3rd grade elementary to high school, graduating in 2016. I graduated from the University of Nebraska at Omaha with a bachelor's degree in multidisciplinary studies in cybersecurity, information technology, and information Systems Quantitative Analysis in May of 2021. I wish to present my reasoning as to why additional regulations regarding a basic sexual education into the Nebraska public school curriculum is an unnecessary and adequately incomplete solution in solving the presented issue of a lack of sufficient understanding of a sexual education in K through 12 students. The definition of what a sexual education is, whether an adequate or basic one at that, is a very broad and by nature no longer unifying subject. It is an inherently subjective and strongly controversial topic of discussion in the United States. My understanding is that a lack of a standard does not mean that there is a disparaging and inefficient problem in obtaining a sexual education for K through 12 minor students. My reasoning as to why additional regulations regarding a basic sex education to Nebraska public schools are: 1, a lack of regulation or law does not mean that sexual education does not exist. 2, to force a school to teach about it actively means the indoctrination of the matter at hand, thus actively restricting the definition of that sexual education, no matter how broad. When there is a lack of the definition by the governing state, that definition remains free and unrestricted. 3, the act of enforcing a practice or teaching a singular type of theology, methodology, or conforming idea that isn't considered an overwhelming majority practice by already practice of the society is an unconstitutional act by nature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unless I have overlooked a card, that concludes our public comment. Agenda item 4.2. We will now move to the written public comment period. We have written public comments submitted from several members of the public. The written public comments are linked in the Spark data systems. These written comments have been made available to the board members prior to today's meeting. Agenda item 5. Thank you for those who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. As needed, a work session will be held on Thursday, October 7th at a time and location to be determined. A business meeting will be held on Friday, October 8th at 9:00 a.m. at a location to be determined. The September 3rd, 2021 State Board meeting is adjourned.